Good evening. Welcome to TCH Live. This is Dante at Dante Poker. I do have a special guest with us. You might know he's played it on the stream several times, known as Gio. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey everybody, my name is Gio. I've been a splashy player on this and excited to talk some poker with my good friend Dante.
Awesome. Well, we're lucky to have you. Thank you for joining us today. As we do every day, we are going to start off with a bomb pot, $10 bomb pot. And if you don't know what a bomb pot is, bomb pots are basically PLO, double board PLO with no pre-flop action. Everybody antes $10, and then everybody gets to see 2 flops. We're able to do 2 flops now because we have this new technology, as most of you probably know already. And after we get done with the bomb pot, we'll kind of go around and see who is playing on the felt with us tonight. All right, I do a terrible job of reading these bomb pots because it's so much information right off the bat. Well, let's take a look at what we got here. I see a paired board on the top. Does anybody have a 4? Looks like Chris has a 4, although he can't like his kicker all too much, but he's going to go ahead and call. We'll see who's got any hearts out there. We do have Aaron with the second nut flush draw on the bottom board, and Chris is still leading the top, it looks like. And then we have Rogelio.
So actually, I see Chris has trips on the bottom, the 6s.
Oh, I apologize. He does have a set.
He has 4s up top.
That's not the run out he was probably looking for. I think a flush got there. I wonder if, yeah, Rogelio's going to rep this. He knows he has the ace of hearts, which is a pretty important card here. But he didn't make it big enough for Aaron to get away from this. And, of course, Chris is going to probably call because he has something on both boards here. Let us know. Yeah, that bet wasn't. What do you think? That bet wasn't big enough to get Aaron off. So let us know in the chat how we are coming across. I know sometimes we have some sound difficulty or I'm not close enough so you guys can hear me. So let us know if you can hear us and if we need to make any adjustments for that. All right, so looks like we have a chop pot. All right, let's take a look around the felt and see who we have playing. All right, seat 1, we have Aaron. Aaron, of course, is our commentator for our big game on Monday. And I believe he just took home the Art of Poker. Nice win over last weekend. So congratulate him. Well done. He's an incredibly tough player, and especially in tournament poker as well. Seat 2, we have Rogelio. He's been on the stream, I don't know, probably 30, 40 times as far as I can remember. A very tough player. We see him out on the felt here in the room as well. We have Optimize. I won't call him by his first name because Blake doesn't like that. But we have Optimize here in seat 3 with the, I guess he's going with the straw look. He's in seat 3, very tough player in his own right. Seat 4, I cannot see who that is at the moment. Okay, so we have a new person to the stream named Jeff, visiting us here for the first time. So looking forward to seeing what he can do. Seat 5 is who? Oh, I'm so sorry.
There we go. All right.
Oh, 5 is yeah. Now I can see him. 5 is Kevin. He's a local here at TCH. Very tough player. Plays a lot of the bigger games here. We have Jaywin, who everybody probably knows by now. Plays some of the biggest games here in Texas. He's in seat 6. We have Chris, who ironically has pocket 8s, is in seat 7.
The hamsters aren't running on the wheel right now.
And let's take a look here. Seat 8 and 9. So we have a lot of new faces here, which is great. We have some stream regulars, and we have 5 or 6 regulars, or 4 or 5 new players.
Yeah, we got Optimize over here doing his best Sam Farha.
Is that a cigarette?
No, poker player from the early 2000s.
No, I'm saying it because he had a cigarette.
Yeah, exactly.
Billy, all right. You come in just to play, or? Yeah, I've
It looks like eights are going to win. He wins a small pot. I guess it's better
I
than
played on this
losing
stream
one.
the same week last year.
I've seen seat 9 somewhere on a different stream where another poker. He's wearing a Philadelphia Eagles hat. As most of you know, I'm a huge Philadelphia Eagles fan. But come to find out, he doesn't even know who the Philadelphia Eagles are. He just likes the hat. I think he's the same person.
Yeah, no, he is the same. He's been on a couple of the local streams this week, and he's visiting from, I want to say, somewhere in Europe. So let's see if the young gun can get it.
We do see a lot of out-of-towners coming to play because the action is so good here in Texas.
Yeah, but it's a different type of poker. It's
Sometimes they learn the hard way.
yeah, especially on those bomb pots.
So here we go. Let's get back to the hands. We have he's going by Lucky Buddha. I like that man. Lucky Buddha does have a suited ace, a couple Broadway cards. Corhelia is going to defend. He is not defend. He does have the button here. Ace 9.
Aaron's gonna come and try and set mine with his fives.
I like that. And Kevin's not shy about playing any 2 cards. So he's gonna play his Queen 8. You've had a lot of experience with Kevin, haven't you?
I've played with him once or twice. I haven't seen him too much on the stream, but happy to see him here today. Oh, and we didn't even introduce our wonderful dealer and Carly. She'll be here for this next few minutes. And rocking the shades today.
Aaron is going to bet. Right now, he does have the best.
One of the big reasons that I moved from Vegas to Austin is if I wanted to go watch a whole bunch of
So
people
Rila is
sit
going to
around,
call
you know, big Bose
his
noise
ace
canceling
9.
headphones and sunglasses
Maybe he
on.
plans on
Like,
making some sort
I
of
can just
move.
play online poker and you
Doesn't
don't
really
have to
believe
leave.
Aaron.
Like,
9 fold.
poker
I think
is
multi-way
social.
Aaron's never betting unless he has a pair here.
I'm here to socialize. Everybody's got a story in life. I love hearing.
Ooh, and there's the ace on the turn.
I know Aaron doesn't like that card
Not on the
at all. So
so far from being.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
Just
if you
checks
do it on
the
a private
cross,
table, it's different, right?
gives
On
up
day
the betting
one,
lead.
Basically, you're not playing for
it's
another
like an
one.
$80 bet, so it's kind of small. 1/3 pot. He's asking for a call.
People dress
He
up
really
in like
knows
chick
he's.
suits, you know, the polar opposite. And they're like, I'm just here to have fun. And I'm like, you're the kind of person I want to
Don't
sit
even
next
see
to.
Aaron with this off though.
Like,
He's going to get away real
Guys,
quick.
the Mini Maker,
And on to the next
KFC
one.
bucket heads.
yep.
Yeah, pretty sick. Playing for $1 million and putting a KFC bucket head on.
Yep.
Dang.
Well, I'm not sure about trick time,
Last one.
but that would be very interesting if he did.
John Cardi and Drew Gonzalez.
Again, let us know.
Our folks were all
Let us know if the sound is coming across okay. I know I think every stream we always get questions about trick time.
Yeah. So they went with.
We don't know
Like 30.
where he is or what he's up to right now, but he typically he plays the Dallas stream a lot.
Like, man, like that's what draws people into poker. Like the last time I remember it was like thinking Joe Hash.
All right, so just a quick announcement here. Jay Wynn, as everybody knows, is
The Aussie.
he does a vlogging on YouTube. He just reached a milestone in 10,000 subscribers. Wow, so that's pretty impressive in a short amount of time. So thank you everybody for supporting him. So tonight, what he's going to do, he's going to give away 10% of his winnings to somebody who is a YouTube subscriber or IG subscriber. So if you're an Instagram follower or YouTube subscriber, he's going to give away 10% of his winnings. So
The personality of it.
3 ways.
oh, he already picked the person.
No, it's different.
I apologize. I guess he already picked the person, so he didn't announce it though.
Oh, no.
He did on his Instagram. Let me take a peek here.
On GSN and you know, Cheeky making a snipe
Okay.
comment. Doyle.
But another fun way for you to get involved in the action. I know a lot of folks are doing this and giving back to the community right now. So I just want to thank you all for being part of it and coming to watch some poker. Going to a flop here, 3 ways.
Treat him back to the nets.
We got deuce, 8, ace. Let's look at all the players' hands. Jay Wynn with a king high. Lucky Buddha, caught middle pair. And Rogelio is sitting with absolutely nothing.
I don't care. Oh, I'll play for here or play for there. I don't even follow basketball, but I'm like,
As I've found out in the past, Rogelio really does fight for pots, although he's not going to fight for this one. If his opponents are showing any kind of weakness, he has no problem putting in that bet. But looks like Lucky Buddha is going to take it down with his Philadelphia Eagles hat.
It was
But
just
that was a pioneer in that field there.
they had a lot.
Thank you, Eric, for the sound check. Appreciate it.
Developed the first
Oh yeah.
ceramic
Well, I
rice.
mean,
They went behind it.
Yep,
They
Dinwiddie's,
had guinea pigs.
funny enough, one places that I guess Kyrie said he's going, yeah, I'll go to Dallas. Where you don't spend
All right, so question for you, Jeff. How
Yeah.
long have you been playing poker?
Whew, that's a good question. Off and on for probably going on about 20 years now. Really got into it in the early online poker days. You know how it works. Your parents or someone gives you an opportunity to play a 99-cent tournament. You ended up, beaking it real quick and been hooked ever since. And I've been back and forth from California to Texas, mostly playing the games, and very happy to be here permanently and found a place where we can share the love.
Great. I didn't think you'd be old enough to play for 20 years.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that, but again, they can't really tell when you're playing as a youngin'.
Okay.
You still can get the speed.
So any advice for for newer poker players that you might want to give them? Anything that's helped you along the way?
Yeah, just different styles of play. Just go to the table, observe. A lot of times, and you'll hear this from absolutely everybody, bankroll management is just so integral to learning and being able to build up that ability to play these games. You know, it's always good to go bust once or twice, get to see, how it feels and how you respond to it. But ultimately, it's bankroll management, and then just being around this game and seeing how it plays. I mean, Texas poker is so much different than anywhere else in the world, at least to me. It's more aggressive. It's higher stakes typically. It plays much bigger than you'd actually think, and the players are very, very aggressive at putting chips into that pot. So it's very exciting playing out here. If I was going to say one area where you can continue to step up your game, when you go from those lower stakes, whether it's micro or 1-2 to medium to large, 3-betting and being able to really read, how your opponent's going to play in this different spot is just one of the most important things that I see between the better players at this 2-5 game.
Great. I think it's great advice. Yeah, I think poker management is the most important skill. If you can get to the point where you don't look at your money as money, you look at it as inventory, I think that'll help you go a long way to have that, not to have that emotional attachment to money and to make better decisions.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a zero-sum game either. It's a roller coaster. You got to ride with the waves and be able to respond based on, gameplay, based on the chip stacks that your opponents have, and where you're sitting on the board.
Right. Thank you for that. Let's see here. We are 2-5, but we typically will always have a straddle going on, as we have a straddle right now. Sometimes we have double straddle. So seat 8 is going to, I don't know his name, I apologize. We're going to find out right now. So it's Bobby. I think it's the first Bobby on the stream. So seat 8 is going to straddle. And we're going to go down to, he just looks familiar to me. Kevin wakes up with King. Kevin's a very aggressive player, although Bobby probably doesn't know who he is. Kevin can raise this with the 82 cards, and he likes to make it a smaller type raise. And he's going to get looked up by Bobby, out of position. Not really loving that call.
Back as a collared bartender. Somebody buys
And
a round of
unfortunately for
drinks,
Bobby,
they're
he
like,
got
"Yeah,
a piece
one
of
for you
this.
as the
So he's
bartender."
probably not going anywhere. I see Kevin making a full-size
Now it's like,
bet here
that was all
at
fun,
$75 mark.
fine and dandy up to the point
Oh, he likes to
where
go
it's like,
small. Looks like 40.
drunk pencil. You as the drunk
That's really going to price in Bobby here.
it's like,
He does have outs.
Yeah, I think it's still
The 7 would be pretty juicy.
It would make
Not
it
that I'm
quite
rooting against
interesting.
Kevin, but it would be very unexpected. Kevin's probably thinking he has a queen here. Bobby doesn't improve here.
Checks his options once again.
Kevin should bet bigger here. It's obvious that Bobby has a hand worth calling, so we'll see
Yeah,
what size.
no real draws out there. You want to try and size up, get your opponent, if they have any of this, to try and make maybe a loose call, as we've seen from some of these players in the past, and just try and see what transpires and start building this pot. See a call from Bobby. That's a tough card right there. Makes 2 pair here for Bobby. He's gonna check his equity at this point. and we'll
I'd
see
still
what
like Kevin to get some value from this, because if Bobby did have a queen, now he's got trips. I think he would have let out here, not wanting his opponent to go check, but he's just gonna.
Showdown, 5 check.
I think a bet around 125
Would have been
would
nice.
have gotten some value, and if he gets jammed on, then you could probably get away from that. I'll make sure I'll give Kevin that feedback
Thanks
later.
so much. 5, 10.
All right, we're back to the action here. Again, we have a straddle from the Philadelphia Eagles fan, Lucky Buddha. That's one thing you hate to see when you straddle. You have the worst possible.
You got the deuce 3.
Rohelia is going to go ahead and raise it up. He's got a
2 pieces of paint.
5 call, 6 fold,
Levy's got the ducks.
8 fold,
I don't think he played, but I really like Kevin's hand. Plays really well and makes your decisions pretty easy sometimes when you see a flop here. And we're going to see ace-jack versus 10-9. 60-40 here.
2 bet, 50.
What do you know? They both flop the straight.
They
Draw.
both whiff, but they got the
50.
So they
backdoor
both have
equity.
each other's outs here with the jack and the 10.
Yeah, $50.
Kevin does have a backdoor flush, backdoor straight flush. I guess. Rogelio's going to see bet. Kevin's just going to call here, as he should. Get another heart out there to see some more equity for Kevin.
Another king out there.
So now he has a gut shot to the straight flush, if I'm seeing that correctly.
5 check. 2 check.
Kevin gets there with the flush, although he can't be too excited about that, seeing how the board is paired. But he's going to try to lead out for some value here. It looks like 60, if I'm seeing that correctly. 85, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's no way that Rogelio can call this. There's no way that Kevin is ever bluffing this. So.
Yeah, and he shows him the ace, he mucks his cards.
I'm adding a
Never understood that play.
back to 1970.
What?
I don't know what that showing the ace of hearts is going to accomplish. I had the nut flush.
Just to
I
give
put
it,
you on a boat.
just to put it in his opponent's mind that he could have made that play back at him
Yeah.
with the nutters.
I thought there might have been some significance for like the number 1975. Adding back on to get to 1975.
5.
Looks like the straddle's on again. I hope to see that on the rest of tonight. Makes this game a little bit more excited. More people already committed a little bit to the pots. Helps build it a little bit and start to chase.
Let me take a look at the stack sizes here really quick. I just want to make sure to see how much we started with. All right, so what has changed for us, and I'll go ahead and show you guys, is starting last week, we started having a $2,000 buy-in, which most of the players want, have the bigger buy-ins. So we have a $2,000 buy-in, and it's still matched the stack. So although we just started, we do have Kevin with almost 2,300. Any player can opt to match that if he so chooses. Although, as we saw last week, we were seeing stacks of $6,000, $7,000, $5,000. So I anticipate, I know 3 or 4 of these players will be matching up as soon as they get the opportunity here. Again, if there's any stats you guys want to see, please let us know. We can pull those up. I learned how to do that and not mess it up. So let me go ahead and put net earnings. We have Mr. William Lottie in the chat. Welcome, Mr. Lottie. Good to hear from you. I hope you're having fun at the WSOP. I follow you on Instagram, so I look forward to your updates. All right, like I said, we just started. Kevin is leading the way with, he's got $237 right now, so good for him. All right, let's get back to the action here. So we have Optimize. He doesn't like that third club. He does have a open ender
ender.
here. And Chris technically is ahead with his top pair. Aaron does have second pair effectively, but he can't be loving that at all, not especially multi-way.
Yeah, and same thing with Chris. He's gonna bet it, but that 4 kicker is not something you're excited about. So
Really feels like a bet to find out where you're at.
exactly. Oh, I'm seeing news that Mr. Lottie cashed again. So congratulations to one of our fellow TCH commentators and one of the guys I love to see succeed in this game.
I've got to play more tournaments. I just don't. I think it's one of those things where I enjoy the instant gratification. I could play a day and a half and then not make any money.
Exactly.
I just enjoy that.
I mean, I love the tournament structure. I love the game, and it makes me feel more comfortable, especially when you can start with, you know, so many big blinds in a tournament mode. But, you know, the return, unless you get to a pretty deep run, it can be a little disheartening at the end of it when you spend so much time trying to get back.
Yeah.
Looks like Optimize bet out and takes it down with
It was a nice play.
Do we have
Recognizing his opponent wasn't too strong and thought he could just take it down right now. And if he got called, he knew where he stood.
You're fine.
I've seen Optimize, I probably shouldn't say this, but I've seen Optimize really grow as a poker player. I remember last year he was playing a lot of 1-2. And he's really moved up in stakes. And now we see him routinely at the 5, 10, 25 game on Monday and doing really, really well. So.
Yeah, not only that, you know, has a really good feel for the game, understands his opponents, picks good spots. You know, sometimes can be a little bit tight, but you know, sometimes it's just due to the cards. He's typically a very strong player at this table.
Life 10.
And on to the next one, hand number 9.
Find out in 15 minutes.
I'll get to watch it. I'll get to watch it later. It's all right. I had kicker problems anyways.
Did you?
Yeah. Major kicker
Helly on the
problems.
straddle with 2 black cards, both spades.
4. 5.
Couple of folds, and the kings are
Jay
back
Wynn.
again for Jay Wynn. What's he gonna do?
6 raised to
It's almost unfair for Jay Wynn to have a huge pocket pair like this.
Opens to 40.
8
Makes
raised
it
to
kind of
1.
smaller. He's going to get 3-bet, as Bobby should. I mean, that is a squeeze candidate hand right there. Your suited wheel card, ace wheel.
Can't believe I did that.
I'm curious to know if Jay Wynn's going to go ahead, being out of position to Bobby. If he's going to make the raise here, I would expect him to make a raise. But I know he's not familiar with this opponent, so maybe he just calls here.
The truth is, it's more valuable to just freaking look at yourself.
No, it looks like those are raising chips for sure.
Look at yourself.
6 raised.
Looks like 280.
380, 400,
380.
380.
Yeah, I did it. The
Like maybe you should.
Good sizing, gets a fold, and takes down the dead money.
Although I do love the squeeze play, and I do that often myself. It really makes you vulnerable when you're raised on that spot. You do have position.
Yeah, and at times, I mean, as you get better quality players, when you move up different levels, you know, something you just learn to accept as a player is you're gonna take
I'll have to go back and watch that.
opportunities to probe, do blocker bets, different types than you'd see at a 1-2. And so I really like that play there, but this time, Jay Wynn just had the goods.
Who was it? Who made that call?
It was me.
Optimize with the straddle. He does wake up with a pair in this, so I expect him to just try to
4
squeeze
raised to
this.
40.
I think he's in the straddle, it looks like, or no?
I thought it was a straddle, yeah.
Yeah. A levy, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, comes in with the ace-queen, raises it up to 40.
I like Jay Wynn's call. That really does play well after the flop. You're going to know if you're good or not,
1 fold.
if you should continue. So
Dallas stream last night, watching the Dallas one.
we would like to see a squeeze there from Optimize. Now he's first to act out of position.
Got ripped for there was like 6 people.
Unless
that
he's
went
just set
for
mining it.
30. Guy ripped 7-2 offsuit, ripped in for like.
Although
330.
he's got to like that flop. That hits his range. The hit his range and Jay-Win's range
Yeah, it's a
more
safe.
than a Levi.
Have a pair.
Hopefully I'm saying that correct as well. I mean, Jay-Win does pick up a
Pair, I'll fold. Otherwise,
flush draw here, but the board is
what's
paired.
over the 9 deuce?
5 of spades would be epic. I don't know if you saw last week, but similar hands where Jay-Win and Optimize both got it in, where Jay-Win had the second nut flush, but Optimize had a
Ooh.
Oh,
300 plus.
And that's a very interesting card because that gives Optimize the straight draw as well, but Jay-Win gets home with his flush.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I think Optimize is going to bet this out.
Pick the better spot.
Thinking he's good here, and no one showed any aggression on the flop.
And then just to get in.
He's going to get the pre-flop aggressive to fold, which has got to make him
As soon as he flipped
happy. Let's see if Jay-Win raises here. I think if Jay-Win raises, it's going to kill the action. I think he just snooze call this. Given the fact that the board is paired.
Give Optimize more of a leash moving forward, see if he'll make another bet on the river.
Optimize does have, he's at 5.
flip over your 9 deuce and the guy has queens and you're like, oh, John live.
Doesn't come. And Jay-Win, as long as it goes to showdown, will win this one. Let's
I
see what
don't
Optimize
think,
does.
I know Jay-Win's going to bet this. Probably around, he's going to look for value. I bet it's going to be less than 50% here, like around 120. Something like that, maybe 125. And Optimize is going to fold this out.
Absolutely. That would have cost everybody everything.
Yeah, we didn't see Optimize raise at all. I don't know if he would have a strong hand that contained the king. I don't know if you can size up due to that. So
60.
looks like he bet.
160, something like that. Yeah,
Yep,
160.
on the dot.
So he is going to call.
No, it's true. 3 calls.
This is where Jay-Win gets paid a lot too as well, because Jay-Win fights for every pot. He's very calculating and thinking player, so
hands of the night.
he's gonna try to, even if it's make a move at a pot or he's got the goods, he's always going to bet. His betting's always going to be the same, so it's very confusing to his opponents. I mean, Optimize beats a lot there, right? He could have had ace-7 with the ace of spades, something like that. Anything that he could continue on the turn.
I said, is that part of Jay-Win's poker coaching and ice bucket challenge?
You coach poker?
I work for a poker coach.
Market poker.
510.
He does enough coaching on his YouTube. What do you think he's got the 11 for?
All right.
All right, so here's
Our new friend, Levi, I'm going to say L. Levi, is straddling. And I think, do we have, is that a raise or is that, no, that's a raise. I thought it was a double straddle.
Now we had the straddle by
Levi.
now you got me saying it wrong. Levi.
It is a raise. It's a very small raise under the gun.
No, he was a straddle. Kevin raised to
That's
30
what I'm
with the same hand.
Fold, 8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold.
Jalen puts on the
I don't
3
know if
bet.
I like Kevin's raise there. 30's not going to really accomplish a lot. You're just 3xing the straddle there. I think the raising should have been bigger, or you just fold that out. Ace-Jack under the gun is usually not a very strong hand. And as we can see, Rogelio with the Ace-King, he lets go the Ace-Jack. I wouldn't mind seeing one just to see a flop with that. Kevin's going to go away. I think Jay-Win will call this. There's some playability here. Looking to maybe outplay his opponent, although he is out of position to Rogelio.
225 is 6 call.
And he does make the call.
Got about 495 in the pot. Go into the flop.
Nice little pot already.
Thank you, guys.
These players have a lot of time together as well.
Depending on how this hand
That's a really good flop
Check.
coming your way.
for Jay-Win. Now they both raised pre-flop. One was a 3-bet and a 4-bet, so that flop shouldn't really help either one of them. Although Jay-Win is ahead with top pair. Now he is 2-pair, top 2, and I expect him to put out a little bet here to try and see if he can get some value from his. Hoping that Rogelio has an overpair, but he knows that if Rogelio had an overpair, he would have bet that flop.
Yeah, the other thing you hear is you want to start charging those draws. If someone, has the clubs or, maybe has 4 to the straight right now, you really want to start building it, get them on the hook. As we can see, Jay-Win can't lose his hand unless he folds.
That might be the worst card for Jay-Win.
Six
Now
check,
he's
showdown.
counterfeited.
Yeah, and it looks like it was
And he
check
knows
check
it,
real
yeah.
quick. Probably thought Rogelio came in with a high pocket pair, maybe an over pair, and counterfeited him real quick, but ultimately takes down another pot and continues to scoop it.
Yeah, it was $1,100 pot, and I'm not even sure how it got to that big, but
Slowly,
it is.
but that's Texas poker. It can rapidly grow.
And you don't really blame Rogelio for calling that because Jay-Win did 3-bet that, so you got to put him on a bigger ace there. So I do like his call, but I think a big bet on the river would have taken it down.
I think it would have too. Just pushed Jay-Win's pair off when that bottom pair paired up.
Why? Oh my god. That is so bad. Alright guys, the chicken
All
coop
right, we're going to take a look at VPIPs, although it's super early, so don't judge anybody if they haven't played a hand yet, which I know there's a few players. So I'll show that to you guys. Again, if there's any stats you want to see, please let us know. All right, so we have 11 hands right now. Rogelio, as he normally does,
9
being
raises.
very active, wants to see flops, although it's just 11 hands.
1 fold, 2
And everyone's on the board right now as far as putting money into the pot.
that there's always one for
Well, we typically run about 80 to 100 hands in a stream.
5 calls.
Okay, Kevin, he's definitely going to play this 5-6. I love 5-6 suited, by the way.
Yeah, we had a raise to 40 by Lucky Buddha. Kevin calling with some money already committed due to the straddle.
Alright, cool.
I know Lucky Buddha's played elsewhere. And he's been here for a little bit now. And he's probably, thinking a $40 raise sounds pretty beefy. But you're always going to get callers here.
Yeah, I always like that part of the game is the feel-out process early on, first couple orbits when you're seeing what is the open. Is it going to be 30 or 40 tonight, maybe even a little bit bigger. You get to understand whether you have more of those aggressive straddlers in the game or how people are going to try and squeeze bet, because you can have a squeeze from 30 to 90 or 30 to 200, and they have vastly different impacts on how many players are going to continue onto the streets.
And the question is the next guy
And Lucky Buddha did flop an open-ender there, so he went ahead and took down that one. Kevin really didn't have much.
Yeah, made the C bet, followed suit, had equity off the flop, two over cards to the board.
I only see it tell people
Quick fold by Kevin.
just let me know and I'll stop saying.
My company, I'm a sales engineer. I work from home, but my company's based in
Yeah, I hear what you're saying about
I was gonna say that's
the outs listed.
Maine than New Hampshire. That
Yeah,
way.
I get up there.
Alright, there we
People don't realize how big Maine is.
The software is just too quick, too good.
Some of the places I go to, I drive from Philly.
Yeah, where is Skullbone tonight? I don't know.
COVID, the traffic,
I didn't see him in the chat.
less than 5.5 hours.
I just
You
never
got
know
over 4
what's
hours to
faster,
go
like
to the
a
paper
mess
mills
you
of Boston.
3 raises.
So I've seen this a lot from Blake, Optimize.
Yeah, it was one of the weird things.
He's been more, I don't want to say aggressive, but he's been really picking his spot, using his position to raise some marginal hands, let's say. So I like his approach here. He gets called by another marginal hand. Because
Now-
I know Jay-Win knows this as well.
Do you think that's a byproduct of him playing bigger games and then coming back to like a 2-5 and he's just used to
It is, because in
opening
bigger
wider?
games, people are opening, as you know, people are opening 5-10 games, people are opening 7-5 off and whatnot. So
There actually
6
was
check.
too much capacity, so a lot of the mills shut down, but then less capacity.
right now Jay-Win got him on the turn there.
Frown,
Is that 2-pair? That is 2-pair from Optimize. Effectively, Jay-Win has a second pair, and he's going to look because he thinks he's value betting here.
So a lot of the mills aren't necessarily going
I
into business,
expect
they're retrofitting to do
Optimize to raises, although the flush did get there.
Although that's such a small bet, it's more of a blocker with $30 into 80. It's a little bit less than half pot.
He's going to a little over 3x this.
company called Nine Dragons.
And Jay-Win's a good player. He knows right off the bat that Optimize is not doing anything that can't beat his queen right now. So
Yeah, and they've played together so much that they understand each other's tendencies. Again, I feel like that was just a little probe that Jalen was throwing out to see what Optimize has, and I think he's going to understand and find that fold button.
Lost on that. That's what, I was back in class, 03, 04, and a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's no hand.
Yeah.
Nice fold.
Kids were,
Good fold, Jaywood.
And that's some of the differences.
to write everything down.
And I play a lot of 1-2 myself. That's some of the differences between 1-2 and 2-5 and 5-10 is a lot of players just think about their hands at 1-2, what they have. You know, I've got second pair. I'm gonna call this. It's only $7 for 250 or whatever it is. When 2-5 players and 5-10 players always think about what their opponents have, what they're betting with, and that's what we're seeing here.
And we see Lottie coming in hot, calling out his compatriot Aaron for being well below that Lottie line right now. See if he plays a couple more hands as we continue on with this game.
The figure of paper thing, just because, like, but I guess I figured, like, Philip Morris Company or whatever would be like, oh no, we have to keep them going. But I guess when you're as big of a company as like Philip Morris,
That's interesting. I haven't seen that before. Do you see it said third blinds?
I mean, back in the day, everyone smoked this mill, and it's a cool old mill in New Jersey. They had
Huh.
8
That's
paper
not the
machines,
straddle,
cigarette paper,
the 7
Yeah.
over
They
here.
got down to 2.
Not sure why it says that.
nothing wrong with.
I'm going to assume that was just the straddle that just got misclicked somehow into a third blind, but we're going to go to the flop 3 ways.
I had to
Research
do
a lot about
I just did for an organizational leadership for a course.
Jack 3-5, rainbow.
Working on is
Chris does get a little piece of this.
the India Tobacco Company and how they had to pivot, like,
Check,
from
check,
just
check.
being like a tobacco company to now being like in all of these like different.
Another 3 pairs board. Gives Chris 2 pair, and he's probably feeling a little bit more comfortable about his hand if there was bet on the flop.
6-bet 30. They're not going to run on that wheel.
Yeah, Chris is probably recognizing that 3 didn't really help anybody,
Call, do
unless it was ace-3 or 3-4 or something like that. So
Makes that call, goes, ooh, and there we go. The boat comes along on that river, and let's see if Jaywin's going to try and take this down again. Only to check over to Chris, see how much he
I
makes
think,
it.
Yeah, Jaywin's definitely going to check this.
I mean, you really got to think he doesn't have anything. So the only way he was taking it down would be to lead out right there, and checks it over to Chris, who bets 60.
Yep, for almost 3/4 pot there. This is going to be an easy fold for Jaywin. He's not played at this point. At least I don't think he has. I'm not familiar with Chris. And he hasn't played a lot of hands, so he's not leading out,
He's going to show the 5.
which I never would do.
I saw you
Sometimes
contemplating. I was like,
what's great about the poker community is that you make a lot of friends, poker friends, whatever, however you want to call that. So sometimes when I play in a really friendly game, which is always my least profitable game, is I'll tend to show some hands and stuff like that. To people like you and some other players.
Oh yeah, I mean the conversations and the topics that we get onto in the table are fantastic. Nothing better than when you start to make friends at your corner of the table, and you're not in the hand, you still get to have a nice sweat. Makes the game a little bit more exciting.
9 raised to 40.
And here we go. Looks like Lucky Buddha wakes up with a suited ace. Raises it up to 40.
4-fold.
So I'm not a huge fan of
It's not
non-connecting aces.
selected.
I typically don't even play the suited ace from here from ace 6 to ace 9. It just doesn't play well after the flop unless you flop it, right? Unless you flop some sort of nut flush draw.
Yeah,
Stuff like Optimize's hand ace 4 plays much better after the flop.
it does. The other thing I didn't really like about that was just the positioning. Being that early with ace 8, you're going to get raised or 3-bet a lot of times and almost be forced to fold it. But as it is, we go to the flop, and looks like he's
3-bet,
a little bit behind Chris, who flops the open ender.
Optimize is going to go after this hand. The other two other opponents didn't show any interest in it, and of course, as we can see, Chris does has the open end.
9-fold. Heads up.
So it looks like Chris hits top pair with his straight draw still, but the flush did get there. And And he's going to check it. He's going to check it over to Optimize here. And Optimize is going to continue with this, although I suspect Chris is going to call this. No need for Chris to raise this. He's only going to get called by hands that beat him.
7 call.
This is a very interesting card. Now we have the flush out there right now. We have now anyway we can have both. Just gonna go to showdown.
I feel like you join as well, you know. That's why I said, let me check that.
Chris has shown the willingness to be very sticky. It's paid off in a couple of hands already. Looks like he's realizing his equity.
Originally from New Hampshire, and then now I moved here in April.
Oh, okay. Welcome to town.
Welcome to Texas.
Yep.
He's definitely not getting bullied by these
work for the
players.
VA, so I actually just took a position now working for the Austin VA, but before I was working remotely.
All right, Chad, just a quick question for you.
Vegas prices,
Who do you think is going to
everybody
be
from
our
California
big
saw Vegas
winner?
as
When
their
I say winner
opportunity to
tonight
come
on the
in
stream,
and
I
buy
mean,
everything under the sun, and then it's
who's
just
going to have
like,
the most?
They're doing here.
Love to hear
and then
your guys'
then they
thought
pushed
in the
through
chat.
Arizona, and now they're.
I have
pushing
my
through here in
personal
Texas,
favorite,
so I'm just
but
like, man,
I'll just save that for a little bit.
I spent a
Oh,
year.
so we're playing favorites now.
I think if anybody tells you they don't have a favorite,
60,000 above asking
probably
price,
not telling you the
being
truth.
in the ballpark. Like, what?
3 call.
No, a couple of these guys I really enjoy, so I don't know who I can choose, but a handful of them are very solid from my experience, so I think we're just going to have a good game here. We have Kevin open it up with a Queen-Jack suited of spades, the 40.
I've got to tell you, I've played with most of these players at this table, and although all of them are really tough players to play against, I think Kevin's he's kind of a wild card. He's very unpredictable. He does play a lot of hands. His VPIP should be high at the end of the stream. And I always found him really, really challenging to play against.
Don't get me wrong,
Yeah, and players like that, when they're playing a good amount of hands, you know, if they start to build that chip stack, it can change the complexity of the entire game. You know, it makes it a lot more exciting, a little bit more open as far as what you're calling, and yeah, we'll see if that happens tonight.
All right, got some feedback. I need to be closer to the mic. I don't know how I can do that. Ragnar, let me know if that's good.
So go to the flop. It looks like Kevin hit middle pair for his jacks. Optimize sitting here with bottom pair with some backdoor draws to the straight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lottie. I do have the mic basically as close as it can get, so let me know if it sounds better here. All right, so they both flop something on this. So the old adage, it's hard to make a pair, but not in this hand. We have 2 players with the pair already. Optimize is going to lead out. I like this play. This is going to give him a lot of information. We do have a vote for J-Win. As
I've seen a couple J wins. I've seen the backwards hat, which would be our friend Optimize, I believe, and I tend to agree. The backwards hat is an indicator of someone who's come to play.
And I think like I said before, I think Kevin has a real shot at being our big winner today because he does play a lot of hands. He does get involved, and it could backfire. He could be our biggest loser today, but I think he has a real shot of putting together some nice profits today.
Yeah, and he smashes that turn, hits another jack, and takes a commanding lead in this hand. We have a check over from Optimize, and see what Kevin makes this. Looks about 4 something.
They cover my whole side of the
They're fantastic.
I jumped the gun a little bit right there.
They're just
I
like
didn't get the
this.
sunglasses yet, but these.
Well, the pot's almost
are so
$800
big,
right
I
now,
can,
so
like,
he's probably
cover my
thinking
whole
the board is sort of connected. He's probably thinking like half pot or something here.
Looks like 375, 350, something like that. 350,
honestly, like,
just below half pot.
It's one of those weird spots where
it's almost like the universe.
you want to get value, but you want to make it look kind of bluffy. And that 350-ish
people with sunglasses.
is right in the middle, right? It looks
Yeah.
like you have a strong hand with that bet. You're not trying to get anybody off a hand.
I mean, this guy looks like he's loving life right now, getting a nice massage, earning a little bucks playing some poker.
Whether they,
I
Takes it down.
appreciate the feedback, guys, about the mic.
yeah, you know what I mean? It's like,
Kevin picks up $400. And I believe he is the winner so far. All right, we're going to go and take a look at the net earnings. I know it's the night is young.
It was. You have to be a dick.
Jay went up $800. Kevin right behind him with $552. And Chris and Levi are showing some profit right now. Julio's down 800, but I suspect he's going to bounce back.
Yeah, and Aaron's just currently right around where he started stack at. And
he's been card dead the
hasn't
first-
played
yeah,
any
he had the one
real
hand.
hands these first couple orbits, so see if he can get involved moving forward.
If I wouldn't see somebody tanking, and then they seem to do it's okay, but if they tank every hand,
Thank you, William. It was really close, about as close as the mic could get to me, so I just moved away for a little bit. I appreciate the feedback. Looking forward to you coming back.
Because everybody saw holdem.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Dante, as we're watching this hand play out. Do you play any other games besides No Limit Hold'em, whether it's, Omaha, whether it's PLO?
Yeah, I mean, I actually love Big O.
Okay.
I'm not a good Big O player. There's a game in town. It's just I guess it's a 1-2-5. It's kind of weird. 3 blinds, Big O, cash game. I just love to play. I'm not a winning player by all means, but it's really fun. I played a couple of tournaments where I've won a Big O tournament. That's because a lot of those Big O players were Hold'em players.
as is the case.
Yeah, but for the most part, that's really fun. I love PLO. I love all poker, per se. I've even played some bomb pot tables and stuff like that, although I don't recommend that to anybody. But Hold'em is definitely kind of where I'm best at.
I think there will be shot blocks in almost everything.
I've always wanted to play I have played tournaments, but I've always wanted to be more of a tournament player. But every time I enter a tournament, it's not for me.
Yeah, I mean, I used to love those horse tournaments where it just switches every half hour, every hour, and contested out. But some of those games I haven't played in so long, I don't think I could hang anymore. I can barely get my hands around 4 cards for PLO, and they changed that up on me, and I think it's going to be night-night real quick.
We a couple weeks ago we spread a deuce to 7 game, and I have never played deuce to 7, so I was actually looking up how to play it as I was playing it on my phone. I should have got lessons from Lottie. That didn't turn out really well for me, but it was a lot of fun. So I know Lottie's really kind of an expert in these different types of games where we can spread these mixed games.
Honestly, I think people don't like.
And Aaron shows up with the old 7 Dewey.
Of course. But like, so when
Jaywin's going to open it up to 40 with King 4.
I'm just waiting for an eye in the middle.
Like, you're gonna have a bunch of people that are gonna get their panties
Do,
all
do,
bunched
do,
up.
do, do, do.
Again, Lucky Buddha wakes up with that suited ace, and he's not in position, so he will be first to act. That's just a tough spot there.
First entry tournaments I usually like. It's maybe not.
Although he's currently, he did let it go.
Ones that are whatever, like 250 buy.
I feel like I'm missing something.
Yeah, hang out with us here as the action tracker catches up. We find out where we are. Looks like Aaron's folded. It's Rogelio and
Rogelio with
Jaywin.
Do you call it the dirty diaper or little slick?
I call it the dirty diaper.
Well, that's what they do in the WPT mains. Is you get 10, 30 second time.
Although I do like that, a little slick. I've never heard that before.
Oh, you never heard that?
No.
So if you bag chip, then you reset.
Jack, King on the flop. That's not good for little slick.
I think if whoever bets it.
Ooh, we got Jaywin with 3 kings though.
Oh,
He's taking this one. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, because you're already given 30.
Queen opens up a possibility to Broadway. Gives 2 pair to Chris though, but it's no good against the 3 kings.
To need another one is kind of.
well, he does give Chris more boat outs here. Although if he gets a boat,
No, if he gets a boat, he's
then
done
Jaywin will have a
anyways,
bigger
yeah.
boat.
ESPN2, CBS, PokerGo, whatever.
See, it looks like he bet about 80, so about half pot.
Yeah, he's just going to have to pay this off with his effectively 2 pair here.
For minutes on end. Like, people don't have the attention span to do it, and it just
Heads up.
gets to be so difficult and so hard.
Well, that board got awful connecty. I think he's gonna try to get some value from this. Oh, he's gonna check it
Gonna
down.
slow down and check it.
Ah,
Ooh, checks
Chris had an
back and
opportunity. He had an opportunity to really.
How's 3 pair?
Close.
Finished in second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second place. Bronze.
Red ribbon.
Not even a silver. Just a bronze.
Absolutely.
I would never call Aaron a nit. By all means, he's had just been really card dead on this stream. But I've played a lot of poker in the past with Aaron, so definitely he's definitely not a nit.
And just for everybody out there, I was asking Title One producer Kristen a little bit earlier about that. Third blind that's coming up instead of straddle. For the most part, the players have agreed to make it a 2-5-10 game, so the straddle's been on pretty consistently. So, you know, that's why you will see third blind instead of straddle out there.
So that costed me about 1,500.
I know that I played a lot of streams in my past and commentated a few now, and I've never not seen a straddle.
Well,
it is kind of rare.
Especially here at TCH. As we get further and further in the game, that shell comes out, and you get those really fun nights when players are straddling all the way around the table or to fairly big numbers, and makes it very, very aggressive and interesting to be at the table.
So impressive raise button, especially that 3-bet raise button.
I saw that, and he was up.
I'm just gonna always auto-fold.
Let's see what we got. Bobby's got 5-3 suited. I am a big fan of 5-3 suited as well. I love the lower cards that are suited.
What would you say is your favorite hand to play?
Yeah, so I think it's the same as for a lot of people. I love 8-9 or 7-8 suited.
I think those are good. I think the ones I always end up finding myself calling is like a King-9 suited for some reason. That's just one of those hands I see it, I'm like, I know it's not a great hand, but it makes me want to call every time I see it.
It's just tough when you flop a king.
Yeah. Don't get
You're
me started. Don't get me started.
Lottie likes the limit 2-7 triple draw. That's what I meant, actually.
That's where you can get your lessons if you want to play these different spreads.
I know, and I was confused about it. I had to give up a card, stand pat. I was so lost. So.
2,000 big lines.
It's always on.
I always count the straddle.
Yeah, I mean, it's always on, but it makes sense, right?
Fun game, though.
All right. Levi has
We can't let him get away with
AC
it.
Dewey.
There's more chips in that stack than he started
Did he?
with, guys. Come on.
I can't tell if he is it his turn.
No, I think he's just the straddle, really. Oh, raised to 40 by Bobby. Hey, Aaron finally waking up with a semi-decent hand. He's going to, looks like, re-raise.
I like the play. Not only that, he has position on Bobby.
3x'd it. I like the sizing. Probably going to get this down to heads up.
Bobby's going to have to call. If he folds, he just folds.
Oh.
So, I mean, I do like the fold, don't get me wrong, but it leaves you really exploitable if you're raising and then folding to 3-bet.
That's true, although if he's paying attention to the table, he also knows Aaron's playing tight to start. So, you know, he's going to be cautious as he sees maybe the first 3-bet from him all night.
Yeah. And we don't have a lot of information on Bobby. We don't know if he's watched the stream, or if he knows Aaron.
We'll put the straddle on to the $2 where he draws the line.
Those white chips are more valuable than most of the chips we have in our stack. Just to have like the even like $2 to go out there.
I haven't seen a lot on the streams lately. Maybe I'm just missing it.
I'll let you
Is
know if
alcohol.
it doesn't scan.
Do they still have the alcohol on the streams? I haven't seen them the last couple of times.
It's been hit or miss, to be honest. I know they had taken away at one point. Of course, TCH is BYOB. If you want to come play some cards, bring down a couple cold ones, more than welcome. We also have some snacks and vending machines and anything you need to just sit at the table and play some cards.
Yeah, the most important thing is your Red Bulls.
Oh, you know.
Energy drinks are we have a whole fridge full of that.
Yeah, you definitely need them, especially when the games here can go fairly late. I know I was here a few weeks back and playing some of the strangest games when it was down to like 3-handed at 2, 3 in the morning. And we were playing made-up games of basically Omaha where you could use 3 cards from your hand.
I've done that after the stream. Yeah.
It's fun,
lost
but
4K.
you
doing
need.
that once.
But when those games come around, you need an energy drink because
Yes.
it can be a little bit different than a normal standard poker game.
All right, I really like the sizing here from Kevin. He wakes up with a premium, your top 5% of your hands here. He's going to raise it to 150, so he 3-bets it.
Aaron, you got cards?
And Rogelio's never going. The
Wait.
Rogelio,
I'm not supposed to drink.
he does make the call.
I need to drink.
If he was a 3-better, then
Looks like we're going
Razor
three-handed.
expect him to always call this. There's a queen in the window.
Ooh.
So I think I saw someone at a king.
We
Okay,
have-
so now we have two straight draws on board. Rogelio is an odd man out.
That's the name I just gave it.
Chris has got it open-ended. Kevin, though, also pairs his queen up, has top.
The bucket of.
Sounds dirty.
Well, that was kind of where I was going with it. Yeah.
150.
Hey, cheers, Aaron.
The bucket of beverages. Beverage bucket there.
Cheers.
I'll save you a sip.
Yeah.
Looks like Kevin's going to lead out for 250 into this pot. That was just about 450, so a little over a half pot.
So I like to see Kevin bet more. The board is really wet. You know, drive out any draws, maybe.
That's a spade. So
All
it
right,
looks
so
like
we have 3 to a flush now. Neither player likes this, but you can't be really afraid of it. So I was going to say Kevin's never a type of player just to check. He's not afraid of anything. He's going to go ahead and lead out here.
325, 350.
I think this is going to work. I would have a hard time, although even Chris does have the open ender, but he's now not drawing to the nuts no matter what. So
Well, I mean,
I do see him enjoying a beverage there. I did see a player bring in a couple of 6-packs, so that's probably looks like that was it right there.
you're only looking to be there for a few months.
I'm just like going flow. I don't really have a plan.
In his mind, running through what type of hands could Kevin have been betting with, and
Good
makes the
fold.
correct laydown.
I think if that wasn't a spade, I think you could call that.
Yeah, I agree. You're looking for open-ended. Either of those would potentially give you the hand. So you also had one over on that board if that king comes as well. But as it goes, Kevin will take it down, and we'll go on to the next hand.
The new Saigon is fucking amazing. The new Saigon.
Where is that here?
No, it's in Denver.
Oh, that's right here.
And it's been there for like 40 years. I grew up like as a kid. I went
We have
there.
a double
Like,
straddle
some of
for
my
like
first
20
memories of like going out and eating with my family is going there and having like 6, 7 plates of food, and we just fucking go to town. It was so good. And it's still there. It's still kicking ass. You definitely go try that.
Live 20 double.
What's for dinner tonight? Sounds good.
All right, so is that a straddle from? Yeah, that would have to be. So we have a double straddle on right now. Chris is starting to feel his oats a little bit. He's playing a few more hands.
And we have a 3-bet coming in from AA Ron, who comes in with a small pocket pair. Rogelio with king queen suited is going to make the call.
I like just the call there, not the raise. So he is in position against Aaron.
And again, there's so many people behind you that, you know,
Yeah.
if you do make any sort of raise there, you're starting to commit stacks a little bit.
Now Levi is
Oh.
going to re-raise this with ace king. I think it's a re-raise.
Yeah, that is a re-raise.
330, 355. So nice chunky raise there. So there's no way Aaron could call this. Now Rogelio could call this. He maybe like to see a flop, although he has position. So
I read an article how
Yeah, I mean it's such a big raise.
He
here. I mean,
has to smash
that's
the
a
flop.
5x raise when
gonna
you've
have to
already
smash
seen
the
a
flop.
couple folks coming into this.
need a
So
couple of clubs.
doesn't want to see a king.
Just one.
I'll put that in the note.
And he
Wow.
does just that. Hits
Wow.
that queen.
It's very fancy. It comes with a presentation.
I'd like to see Rogelio play this coy.
In Austin, there's no.
Levi's going to have to see bet this. I like to see just the call because he still could have aces or kings, although he blocks the kings there.
Yeah, and he can pick up more equity on the turn. If a diamond falls down, he's going to have a redraw to a really nice river.
He's just going to look to jam here. Oh, the effective the SPR was less
515,
than 1.
yeah.
So I apologize for not seeing that, but yeah, he's just going to jam here, and it's only going to be $65 more to call.
He's got to do that.
I don't know
but
why Levi just didn't put them all in there at that point if he was going to.
And
I don't think he really looked at his stack, because if Levi looked at his stack, he probably just checks there.
Yep.
Because he's getting called.
The food is good. I'll give it like a B+, but a lot of it is definitely presentation.
I mean, that's also nice, especially when you're on
Now
the
he
day.
knows he's
That
good.
If I was single, I mean, that made my spot.
He does have runner diamonds.
No, the ace of diamonds is actually out, so he's dead to the ace. 2 aces in the deck.
been in Vietnam.
One time, twice actually.
Just put a diamond up there on the turn.
Push
Push the sweat.
When I was like 8.
Alright, we're doing
And
twice.
then for my honeymoon a few years ago, I went to North Vietnam.
Alright.
Did you like it?
I have conflicting thoughts.
Ooh, there we go.
I didn't mean
now
it.
he's
Really?
got.
I'm sorry.
Now he's got. Oh.
Well.
Oh, they're running it twice. See what happens. Second board. Diamond again. Another sweat.
Like for example,
Oh. And the king queen's gonna hold up and take
hold
down
it
both
twice.
pots. Nice hand, Rogelio.
oh really?
That's why sometimes when you do open or call and then you get down to heads up pre-flop to that squeeze, sometimes you do want to come in with those hands that aren't made already. You're going to hit them at times, and people who are 3-betting or 4-betting are going to be, you know, continuing on and potentially build a really big pot if you can smash it.
You know, there's, you know, when you go there, they can hear my dialect. Yeah. They'll know I'm from like.
Right, that hand just played itself. There's nothing any one of them could have done.
Yep.
Whereas I would say in general, the Vietnamese people that fled, like to America, Australia, Canada, they all had better lifestyles.
Yeah, of course.
They're not in a
510.
communist country.
Well, if anybody knows Skullbone, let's give him a call. Yeah, he's on every stream.
Having good families but
Be a little bit awkward for sure.
yeah, it's scary because you don't want to, like, you don't want to piss anybody off. But it's significantly better. I mean, the country's run by younger people who, like,
Well,
they're far removed from the
The
war.
relations between the U.S. and it have improved greatly, at least on like economic front.
I feel like Rogelio's playing every hand here, and why not?
Can we potentially get the VPIPs up on this? You read my mind.
There we go.
So now see we've gotten about 22 hands in this first hour or so. We have Rogelio about 50% almost, so 1 every 2 hands. Most of the folks are going to be right in that, you know, 25 to 35% range. So seeing that, and then our good friend Aaron still barely near that Lottie line.
They call it the 4-month regression, but we think he's getting it early.
What range when you play? What range do you like to be at? I know it's really tough because it really depends on the cards you get. I mean, you could be 100% if you get aces all.
Yeah, I mean, I find I'm either gonna be in like the mid to high 30s a lot of times. I usually like to be in the top third of the table at least. But I love those nights when you're just catching everything and you're leading everybody at like a 40-50% VPIP. And let's see, we got J-Win here with gutter to the straight.
2-bet, 150.
We have Rogelio here with a pair and a gutter to the straight, although one of his outs is J-Wins.
Yeah, looks like
He's actually, Rogelio's in the lead right now, so J-Win's going to need some help on this river. He'll need Rogelio's jack or a 6. Doesn't come.
Yeah, J-Win just knows he's not good here
2 check.
with 4th pair actually.
Goes check, check real quick, and they'll show, and Rogelio will take it down.
That's been the part of my game that I've been working on, is really value betting the river, not worried about being afraid of certain hands. Like, this might be a bad example, like for Rogelio, he's got to feel like he's good when he gets checked back to that, even though the 10 is a pair. Is, you know, how much could he get value betting there? You know, $75, $50, stuff like that. Which is a lot easier to do at 1-2 than 2-5.
It is, and again, that might be knowing your opponent too. You know, even if Jay when it doesn't have a made hand there, if he senses any size, he might, you know, size up and even
Yeah,
force
that's
you
a
out.
bad
so
example because Jaywin's the type of player they can take advantage of that, exploit that a little bit.
find out next time on PokerCoaching.com. Quick plug.
Levi wakes up with an even better ace-king this time. Hopefully he gets a little bit better luck than he did last time. Geez, what sizing does he choose? We did have a straddle, so he goes 45. I actually like that sizing. There was no raise before him. It's only 35 to call, and he's just going to take it down. Probably relieved.
I was kind of retired, man. I sold my business. And I was talking to go and get my loan officer license.
Were you just like bored and just didn't want to stay home? Or
Well, I found out it wasn't good enough to play poker full time. That's no shit.
honestly, you don't want to spend more than like 25 hours a week.
But, and then
Straddles in effect here.
I think it wasn't as much work. Yeah.
Well, because you're not playing for fun anymore.
By our
Like you're
favorite
playing,
Eagles fan,
you're clocking in, you're
the Lucky Buddha.
When I was working before, I was playing Saturday and Sunday. But no, but anyway, so
Interesting, bro. Helio's gonna
Helio
call with
plays-
Jack 8.
He plays a lot of hands. He wants to play pots and have fun. And when he hits it, people don't expect it. So it's just a limp in.
But that's the problem with his position to do that in with that type of hand. I don't mind doing that at, you know, if you're late position, you know, dealer button or cutoff or anything like that, but I don't really know about +2.
And with 4 ways to flop, and he is
9-4 ace on the flop.
But it is freaking amazing. They'll sell you like a rattlesnake hot dog.
Couple people have aces.
This could get
Decent kickers by both too. Although no real draws to the straights or the flushes or anything like that.
we have the Lucky Buddha.
They bring in a customer, and then you
Pretty
quickly
quick call after
you get a
Levi opened
Not
it to
sure about
175.
the lead out from the pocket 7 multi-way.
Oh! Spikes it on the turn.
You know, I think
We'll
you still
see
got to
what-
continue that story. I think he's got a lead out there. There's still a
He's
flush
got
draw out there.
he's got 2 callers. You expect someone to have at least an ace, if not 2 pair.
Just make it value 250, 300, something like that.
Oh, I might even size up a little bit more than that. But I think it looks to be about 500.
Oh, the ace, he gets the ace jack to fold. Don't really blame El Levi here for calling. SPR of less than 1 now. I'm reading that right. No, SPR, yeah.
Well, it's about to, yeah, he'll be about 500 behind. And
So this is
I thought
going
about
to
1,600.
This bet right here is really just making sure he gets a river jam. I always like, I don't think he's going to do it. I always like to look back at your cards method to make sure.
Do I really have it?
Do I have it? Do I really have it? Do I have an ace 8?
The worst though is when you do that with like a flush draw, and then it's like it can either show weakness or show strength.
I know, it's confusing, but I always thought it was weakness. But
Did it go all in call? Okay. And Bobby's gonna take down a decent sized pot, about almost 4K.
Levi's just running into it here. There's a couple of guys.
3K pot.
Alright, so that is my time with you. Go ahead and ante up for a dealer change bomb call. You got Sal coming in. Sal. Here you go. Yep. Thank you, sir.
I think we're due for a bomb pot here pretty soon.
That's your live stream uniform now.
As you guys know, we do have bomb pots here. We're going to have, when we do a dealer change,
Oh, I'll
we'll
definitely
have
get
a
back
bomb
on
pot.
pitch this.
I think that's what we're having.
You know what? Your spidey sense was tingling right there, because you called it, and we'll make it happen. 30 minutes in the past. You haven't left my side, but I'm a little worried now. Do I need to not play with you on the table anymore if you're looking like this?
Well, when I am going on vacation next week. When I get back, I do plan on playing them.
Oh, just kidding. I just took your box then.
Yeah, why don't you tell us about that? Going out to enjoy a little vacation out in Hawaii, are you?
Yeah, going to the Big Island
Oh, thanks, man.
with my wife, Casey. So we're leaving Tuesday.
I do the commentary on the Monday.
Actually, I don't mean it's
Monday
Tuesday.
too.
Okay.
And we're going to be out there for 2 weeks. So I'll miss a couple of
Being an announcer, MC, it's like
shows.
especially poker. I
Have you
think.
been there often, or?
We were just there in February.
Yeah, I remember you had said you just came back. What's the consistency? Just really
Love
enjoy
Hawaii.
Hawaii, or family, or friends, or?
Just
Okay.
love Hawaii. Look,
It's fun.
we're
but,
fortunate
yeah,
where we vacation a lot. So.
A lot of times you have two people doing it. You know, one's like the color,
it used to be Walt Disney
play-by-play or whatever.
You guys want to do 15? Sorry, you guys want to do 15 or keep it at 10? I don't really care.
I don't care. I was just like, I saw half the table.
Exactly.
Just so-
Well, especially in this day and age, too.
Open the seat on live.
Just like
Yeah.
Hawaii is just it's perfect. So, and I've never been to the Big Island. We've always been in Maui. It looks like they agreed to make it a $15 bomb pot. So that may not sound like much, but when you pot it to 145 or 140, whatever it is, that creates a bigger pot faster.
Yeah, it looks like Levi might have left the table, so it might be a little bit smaller than that to start this one. But yeah, the bomb pots are scary. They can get out of hand very quickly. And for people like myself who do not practice the sweet game of PLO, there's a lot of reasons to chase things that'll never come.
Yeah, you know, PLO, particularly bomb pots, are it's a chasing game, right? You can have the nuts on the flop, and that rarely holds until the river.
Yeah, just another thing, Dante over here has definitely made me look like a fool and like I didn't know the game many times as I sat next to him, showed him my cards as if, hey, look at this. It's a beautiful little wrap I got here, and he's just like, every time you have the low end, and yeah, it hurts, it stings to the day, so that's why every time I see Dante's chips, I try to make a grab for them.
Oh yeah, that's 7 on the turn.
I just the bomb pots. Yeah, I guess the only really strategy is draw to the nuts.
Exactly.
That's it. I mean, it sounds pretty simple, but you know, straights always get quartered. That's all. All right, I love the fact that we can do double board now. That just makes it so much more fun. Although I've noticed the pots in these bomb pots now aren't as big. People are more cautious. I remember before people were just shoving money in. So there's been a bit. Oh, Bobby's got a set of kings in his hand. So you gotta hate that.
Let's look at the board. We got 2 diamonds up top, maybe some backdoor straight draws. We got a pretty connected bottom board, 8-9
We have a straight
jack,
by Rogelio.
2 hearts.
He flops a straight. This is what I'm talking about. So he does flop a straight, but that's probably not going to be the nuts when it gets to the river.
Rogelio also has a draw to the diamond flush as well, though. So, you know, looking very strong on both boards.
Rogelio doesn't know it, but it's actually the nut flush draw.
Jay Wynn has a jack deuce of diamonds. Another jack comes. That gives Jay Wynn another pair on those boards.
Let's see. So
we got 8.
So the straight got there.
Rogelio's also got a
Straight,
draw
he's
to
got
the
the
boat on the
straight.
bottom.
Oh, he's got. No, I thought he had straights on both boards.
I'm trying to see if Rogelio, does he have this locked up on both boards right now
No,
already?
he's just got a straight on the bottom with a pair on top, it looks like. That's not going to help anybody. This will be chop chop. Well,
Jackson deuces.
Really is gonna
Jay Wynn can't feel too confident in this, but again, being a heads up, he has an opportunity to.
And the
call
player
this.
that had the 3 kings would have won the bottom. That's what he said.
No. Oh yeah, you would have had a boat.
Yeah,
King's
he
full.
would have. This is going to be really tough for Jay Wynn. He doesn't really beat much. I mean, he just has a jack. He has 2 pair on the top, and he's got 2 pair effectively on the bottom. So he doesn't really beat much, and so you can't blame him for pulling that.
Yeah, and he lays it down.
That was a full-size pot bet too. So
I had 3 kings.
I think it's the one phrase that most poker players hate hearing is pot.
But it's just so fun to say.
No, I'm
you
sorry.
know,
If you're
one,
not the one,
it's one syllable.
if you're
just
not the
pot.
one saying it, it's like, oh. It's not the pot bet on the flop that gets you, because you know there's going to be a pot bet on the turn and a pot bet on the river. And that's thousands of dollars at the end of that hand.
It's always nice when you don't even care about one board and you just have the other one just absolutely locked up. Like, let's say you have quads on a board. You just have the other 2 players kind of going at it for a different board, and you're just like, every time can just play off each of them and continue to pot it.
I mean, there's 2 different strategies there. There's, I'm going to try to bet everybody off this hand, right, when you got the nuts. Or there's, I need to get a 3rd player or a 4th player in this hand. I always elect for the get multiple players if I have the nuts. So I always bet small, which I think sometimes is more suspicious.
Oh, I would much rather have a chop pot that was 3 or 4 ways in a bomb pot than to go for a scoop heads up.
Yeah, because that's very hard to scoop.
Very hard to scoop.
You're not getting anybody off the hand. We have Josh taking up seat 4 or 5, seat 4 from Levi.
E. Levi.
But played with Josh a lot. Very good player. He is, I guess the word would be unorthodox.
I mean,
if I had to say it.
He likes to play.
He likes the action. Doesn't really care about money. I think that's the wrong thing to say, but
hold on real quick, because we haven't even spoken. Aaron has hit his quads on the turn. We got a big hand. He's going to lead out for about 55, it looks like.
7 folds, 8 folds.
No, he raises it to 100 after Bobby.
So
opened
disappointing. It's like, don't you have a king?
If only.
Just one of those things when you get a board so locked up, other players are just not going to have anything because there's nothing to have. I did see Josh out there playing he was playing 1-2, then 2-5. Looks like he's going to come in for over 2,000.
Such a nice poker.
2,600. So he's won a little because I know he bought it for 1,000 at the 2-5 game.
He's got his little totem in front. He's got Baby Yoda, it looks like. So may the force be with you, Josh.
Probably one of the nicest poker players.
Sometimes don't you just hate the nice ones
He's
though?
so
Because
nice.
you're
Really
just like,
nice.
I don't want to take and scoop everything.
Like when he loses a big pot or gets felted, congratulates the player. When he felt somebody, he's kind of the same demeanor, doesn't really celebrate. So really fun to play with. He's a very tough opponent. He's had a couple of good. We were talking about tournaments. Earlier. He's had a couple of good runs in tournaments that I've seen. Rogelio, Ace King. No one's ever going to put him on that.
He can only come in for a raise of 25.
Optimize has been a little quiet. Oh, Jay-Win. Jay-Win definitely would have three-bet this. He's ace-4 suited.
Did we have someone else fold the ace-4?
I saw an ace-4 diamond
Yeah.
somewhere. I think that, no, it's right.
Oh, there we go. Chris has ace-4 of diamonds.
raise
Again,
this
the
up.
action tracker a little bit slow today, ladies and gentlemen. Stick with us.
Upgraded to cats.
I was told 20, that's why I called it. My bad. No, you're good. I didn't spread it.
Okay, so we got a little bit of an issue here, so we're working through it. We'll get to the flop here. Looks like we have one, two, at least two players in right now. Three players.
You guys, I figure you do. Do you guys play the streams regularly? You play the streams regularly?
I'm not from here.
Oh, okay. You just came here too.
Yeah, I actually came for was planning to play the main, so I was like, I might as well go to Austin.
Yeah.
I heard it's pretty good here, so
Poker in Texas is literally what Polk.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me put that one back.
Yeah, Maine.
And
Big exciting. Not
I don't really like Chris's call. I think an ace-4 plays better with either. I think you should either raise or fold that. He does have position on the other two, it looks like.
2 checks.
Some of the
Checks.
guys
And it's going to go check, check, check.
they don't have a bang on that.
Well, now this is going to be a, if it stands like this is going to be a chop pot.
2 bets 10.
Chris is probably going to call this because
I guess also a lot of people sell.
he's going to realize that no one has anything here. And it's only $10 bet anyway.
I mean, they're just
Nice bet, sir.
like 2 pots.
Like
Get the also
right in my wheelhouse.
$10,000 plus travel expenses to go to the main.
Now this is spicy.
I never like realized
Rogelio just improves his 2-pair with a king kicker.
the cost is all.
Chris is definitely calling this off. And it's just a $10 bet. Am I seeing that correct?
Because if you could sell $4,000, sell 40%.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, for me, just
Yeah,
it's,
I knew I didn't like the ace on the.
Texas when I play outside of Europe. So then, for me, all American tournaments suck actually.
Yeah.
In Europe, I don't pay anything.
I-
So that's really nice. But then outside,
Well, I was,
so
I
high,
was like,
it's almost unbeatable.
Rogelio doesn't straddle, but he'll open for 25. I'm like, wait a minute here.
Series in Vegas. But yeah, otherwise, I can't complain because in Netherlands or in Europe, it's literally zero.
That ain't true.
Like we
I
say,
would not lie.
I've heard, I don't know the structure, but I heard it's tough for Europeans. Like,
Anything,
I mean, it really depends where you're from. Like,
anything
there's
but a
couple
high
of
card on
places
the river and
where
a
there's
middle
no
So
range.
we have Sal in the box right now.
So for example, if you live in Malta, England,
But
or
Very
With
good
the
dealing.
ace, I'm like,
Pitches are
all I
quite
can do
really
is
well.
call and hope that we're chopping somehow.
like professional. Like,
But my
I was
ace
living there for 4
was
months,
that's awesome.
and I
not.
just met like randomly on the street.
Optimizing the straddle. King
I've always
3
wanted
off.
to go to Vienna. I've never been to Europe. That was always one of the places I wanted to go.
Yeah, Vienna is really cool, man. It's a beautiful city.
7 raised.
Nothing against Rome or
Chris
Greece,
is
but everyone
set
picks
to
Rome or Greece.
35, I believe. Raise, oh, 40.
The mountains, you know.
Queen Jack off.
I mean, Greece is nice. It's more like a, Greece is more like a,
Couples, for couples, I heard.
yeah, it's more like, Greece I would say is more like if you want to do like you know, like a beach vacation.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, like go to the beach, stuff like that. I mean, Athens, it has some nice stuff to see, but if you want to like explore cities, I would do like Rome, Vienna, Prague, Amsterdam.
And going to this flop, we see a 2-3 jack, 2 hearts on the board. Aaron's gonna check.
I mean, it'd be
I
okay.
think would be neat to see. Like,
Chris is gonna lead out with his pair of jacks.
I mean, Germany has a ton of big, nice cities.
That's 35.
Countries like Poland.
Fold, fold, and on to the next one. Chris is gonna take the small pot down, and yeah, we're having some fun.
I wouldn't go for the city, more for the nature. They have like beautiful nature, but
unchop that sound.
you know, one of my favorite cities I would recommend
Like,
everyone is
so,
Prague.
coins are a big thing in
Prague
the
is
army,
like
where
it's like the whole center.
Oh,
the city's like
coins are
middle-aged.
coins are a big thing in the army.
when you go to...
And looking at the net earnings for our players, we see Kevin and Bobby have crossed that 1,000 threshold. Josh has just joined us, is still sitting on his starting stack, and Optimize right now is leading the way down about 700.
Without having to take a exactly. Yeah, so I would do like Spain has beautiful cities as well.
Well, Spain is the one. That's my first stuff.
I mean, like the obvious ones are like Barcelona and Madrid, but they're like really touristy. But you have like a ton of like smaller cities which are way less touristy, like really nice, like Sevilla, Valencia.
All right, let's take a look at
I've
the
got a 4-star general green. I've never got the president.
Or just the regular red.
Regular red wine.
It always sucked because there was a bunch of them that had it from.
So watching the culture just to go out.
Kevin wakes up with King Queen
Oh, Jay
suited
went
and
with
runs
aces.
into number ones.
Even like older people, like
wow.
Jay Wynn's gonna raise it up to 100.
enjoying each other's company. That's what, like the atmosphere is great.
My girlfriend is drawing Dale right now. He's,
I had Odiero's coin, but when he was
she calls about, she lives in the U.S.
I was in 4ID when he was commander. I first met him in
To the flop we go, heads up.
on our way back Employment in Iraq.
Yeah,
Especially
the
He's playing this out of position. It's very pretty.
Flop comes very safe for Jwin. 3-5-5, 2 diamonds.
No, this was before that one.
I was like, the fourth they've got up at, they had up in Lewis for a while as well too. So that's why
We were all at Hood and then right around when I was
Thank
getting out.
everybody in the chat. We do have 161 in the chat, so thank you. Please, if you don't mind, hit that like button for me. Let us know you're enjoying the content and the action that's on the stream. As we see Jay win with aces, he's going to down bet this to 75.
Beyond just like having paved the road. We were just seeing.
Originally an armor unit.
Yeah, and Kevin had nothing to really continue, not even a backdoor of anything.
To a combined arm of 9, so we had 2 companies, Tank, 2 companies, Bradley's, back infantry,
Tough, we don't talk a lot.
engineer battalion.
Yeah.
Her dad's a kid. But yeah, that was all in Hood. Yeah,
Okay, let's see what we got.
Fernando, man.
As far as net earnings, not much has changed.
I was like,
Although I think Bobby is
like, he was always like,
Yeah, I just showed this. It's, a couple of guys are up about $1,000, but nothing too crazy right now. We did have one individual stacked in Levi, but let's see how this game continues. About an hour and a half in.
Let's look at some other numbers here.
There are 2 diamonds out there.
Take a look at the pre-flop raising. We have 30 hands in. Kevin and Lucky Buddha are leaders right now in the pre-flop, and Josh at 0%. So I played 3 hands, but and optimizes Aaron are down.
And again, just pointed it out with Aaron. Typically, we'll get in there. I think he's just really hard dead to start tonight. But I love the control he's showing with his game.
he was like, I don't need a microphone. He's like, I
We
have
go
a
3 ways to a flop. 7-8 versus Ace-Queen versus King-Queen.
I've seen a lot of King-Queens here.
What's going to happen on there?
Oh, this is
on
going
the
to spell
flop.
trouble.
That's
This is gonna spell trouble.
spicy.
Queen hits the
Bobby
turn.
and Lucky got to think they're ahead right now. I feel like a small bet here from Lucky. Not only does he have the best hand, this gives him an opportunity to kind of tell him where he's at right now. You would expect the 2 diamonds out there, if someone had a 10, they would raise that.
Ooh. And there we go on the turn. Bobby hits Gin.
He has 3 pair. Lucky does have a gut shot to a straight.
And Bobby's got to be feeling good right now, especially as you mentioned. Diamonds don't come in. We would have seen the 10 raise on that board, although that was Lucky Buddha, I guess, that had done the initial bet.
We had a big discussion at the
We
beginning.
go for a very
Very
value
tiny bet.
bet, which I love. I think it's a perfect bet. I don't think Lucky can call anything bigger, but 150. You definitely have to call this. You're again, like we talked about earlier, you're very exploited if you don't.
I like it. Why aren't you wearing it?
Bobby doing his best to look away.
You're not committed to your job.
That's kind of a tell right there. Maybe Lucky Buddha can get away from this.
I can't do it.
Makes a very solid
Wow.
fold. Wow.
Very impressive.
Great job.
They were really lucky.
Maybe next week.
Hey, was that the first week that you saw the Chinese good?
Okay. Get the Punk out. I would get the Punk out. If that's good to you, then get that again.
Oh, are you guys ordering? Oh, can I get in on the order?
What's cool is that they
I always get confused. I always think this is the button at times. So like, it throws me off a little bit. The I in live, the little TCH logo, it looks like the button sometimes.
Well, the old buttons were exactly like
Yeah.
that on the other tables. So.
Good
Ooh, we got another pocket pair of kings. Chris is gonna
Seen
raise
aces
it
a
up
couple
to
times.
looks like about 40.
We've seen kings a couple times.
Everything's like chicken. Squirrel.
Let's see if somebody wakes up with.
Squirrel is not like chicken. I don't know if you've
Optimize
ever
does as a pair, so
It's not like
he's looking to set money and he's in position here.
the forest smell.
And depending on where we're at, you know, Jaywin might make a call right here with the. Or no, sorry, that's not suited, so he's gonna be full down. It was.
That's not going to help anybody. No one's going to be excited about that.
Chris is gonna slow down, check it when that ace comes out on the flop. Optimize, thinking about does he want to represent? Checks it back. Kind of hearts on the turn helps no one.
I'm sure Blake is Optimize is thinking what hands could he have that bet pre-flop that doesn't involve this, right? So a big pocket pair. So anything he's thinking that he could bet with, he's probably not beating. I'm going to go ahead and give this a call. If we go blank on the river, I expect check here. Yeah, this is going to be.
Another 10 on the river.
Oh, he's gonna bet
We're
it
gonna
out.
see a small $100 value bet, about half pot. I don't see how Optimize gets away from this.
So what are y'all into voting for?
But he does. Good fold.
Yeah, he's probably thinking what hands, like I said, raises pre and continues there and bets again. He would have to put him on. I mean, a turn flush draw was out there, but
It was super tight. And then I was like, oh, 10 on the turn, he calls, 10 on the river. I'm like, this is going to really suck right now, right? I saw you with like the hundreds, and then you were like, cut out, and I was
yeah,
like,
the double straw.
you're supposed to put me to like 500 right now and just rep this 10.
Are you planning on playing afterwards?
We'll see. I wasn't really planning on playing this week, but depending on the game, if there's any seats open, I try my hand a little bit tonight.
I'm gonna play tomorrow. That'll be the last time I play before vacation.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to play on an island. I don't think your wife would.
No, it's illegal.
be- Oh.
There is no poker rooms. There's no poker anything. So,
And Kevin's gonna wake up with ace queen. He's gonna raise it up to 75. It's a fairly big raise, but again, we had a double straddle to 20 on this hand. Call by Chris with the king 7 suited. Looking for some clubs, and we're probably gonna have Bobby come along with the king team. 3 hearts out there. Who's got a heart?
very monotone board. Bobby does have a heart. I know he can't love it. Kevin still flops top pair. I like the fact that he's just going to bet this and not be afraid of the board being very flushy. This is probably going to be a fold here.
Take it down, Kevin. Take it down. So in Hawaii, what's the itinerary? What are we doing while we're out there? Are we just doing a relaxing vacation, hitting the beach? Or are we gonna?
We're gonna hit the beach every day for sure. A lot of shopping. We love shopping. I know that's weird. In Hawaii, he's got some of the best food I've ever had, at least on the airline. But we're gonna go visit a volcano, Black Sand Beach. All be available on Instagram.
I'll expect the story to be showing the great time. And how long are you staying for?
10 days.
Woo!
And 2 days in LA.
Okay. Are you gonna be there over the 4th? Is that okay? That's a nice way to spend.
Yeah, we were gonna go to Vegas for the World Series, but although I love poker, I love Hawaii, and the wife loves Hawaii. So
it's a wise decision, my friend.
Try to go for tap water.
I've tried that stuff before.
Bobby, I guess Bobby was in the straddle here.
I'm trying to give up soda.
Lucky Buddha raises it to 40.
You order and I'll tell you what I want.
I like the raise better than just calling it $10 and just play 5-4 suited.
But it was just like,
And looks like
Josh, he's gonna set mine this. think this is Josh's first hand.
Yep, Jaywin's going to call with the ducks and try and set mine himself.
5-4-2 would be nice.
Well, case 4 would be very,
Yeah, that would be
very
very hard.
interesting. And there's the 2.
Oh, he
Jaywin
does.
hits it.
He's definitely going to check this over. Oh,
It's a very disguised hand. Check it on the flop,
it's
see if anyone's going to come.
tough because nobody really has anything anyway.
I mean, it's such a bad
It
board
is.
overall.
Josh may think he's good here. You notice how he stacks his chips?
Yep.
It's his new thing now.
He's got his little Yoda.
I can't wait till he
orchestrating
goes all
everything.
in.
You know he only needs 1 chip for that.
All I know is
Well, not
that
if he
that
loses.
full hand so far, I tried to sweet
where
sour
are we?
pork, and I was like, oh my god, that sounds so good right now.
Looks like we had a bet call. Pardon us, everybody, as the action track gets caught up.
Zing.
Here we go, 2 ways to the turn.
I'm gonna do General Chow's.
I agree, Ragnar. I mean, if people were drinking a little bit more, it might be a little bit more lively, but next time I'll have to bring a case for the table.
Honestly, I'm not really drinking. What's popular?
What's popular? I'm just doing General Chow's.
When I did play streams, I used to always bring some form of alcohol, even though I never drank it. I would just give it to the players.
Oh, and I don't think we noticed this. Rogelio has 2 pair. So this could be a very spicy hand.
I did not see that. I didn't even know he was in the hand.
That's the action tracker, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies about that, but he's drawn dead to 3 outs.
Jaywin's
1
gonna
7 and 2 queens.
Jaywin's gonna have to raise this because of how the board is right now.
Well, yeah,
There's so
as
many
well,
draws.
And if the flop, I mean, he checked. Rogelio raised to 200 or bet 200. He called, so giving some string to Rogelio. He's gonna raise here on the turn from 100 to 375. Good call, Dante.
I think Rogelio has to call. I know he'll call this. He may even re-raise.
Yeah, I mean, no straights
I'm
really.
not
No
sure.
straights get home. The flush draw is out there. He has 2 pair. It was top 2 before the turn. I don't see him getting away from this. Either call if. Yep, there's the call.
The 7 would be devastating for Jaywin here.
Comes out queen.
So none of the draws really got there.
8-9.
8-9, I guess, got there.
Otherwise, Jaywin's got to feel really good about where he's at. Let's see how much he makes it, because he's definitely going to be opening right here.
You don't put your opponent on queens because you get fouled out. You don't really put him on 7s either. Maybe. But there's 3 hands that you can put him on that he would lose to.
675.
Six bets, 700.
This is the point where I think Rogelio can get away from this.
Yeah. At this point, we saw Jaywin raise the turn, lead out aggressively here on the river for just over half pot.
He's not doing that with just a queen. I mean, he absolutely can, but
You guys
he
really must
can't.
be putting the heat on. Sal's got the glasses back on.
You feel good that you have the best 2 pair, but really all you have is a bluff catch of the way. Jaywin's been playing this specific hand.
Is he going to pay this off?
Counting out his chips. There's the call. Jaywin's going to take down a sizable pot.
That's definitely going to make the vlog. Nice pot for Jaywin. Oh, he played that really well. Very, very sneaky.
And somewhere out on the interwebs, someone is cheering you on, Jaywin.
So you're talking about Mosquito Josh making the best chip stacks. You've never seen Gio make his chip stacks.
Oh, mine are a mess. It's the only time they're fantastic is when, kind of like our friend Doug. You know, when Doug when he has his mountain of red chips, he builds some fun little stacks.
I think one time he had all the red chips in the
He might have had everyone in the building.
They couldn't have made More riches.
Oh, and look at this. Sal's wearing those funky glasses. That must be the theme of the dealers tonight. Trying to go straight rosy. We have Lucky Buddha and Optimize, same hand. Ooh, Josh with an ace-jack.
While
He's
enjoying his dinner.
Exactly, and Josh gonna raise it up to 80 with his ace-jack offsuit.
Jaywen's gonna call this for sure.
8-6
Some
suited,
one-gapper
three-way,
there.
four-way, 100%. He's in there like swimwear.
7, 8, 9 folds.
7, 9, 10.
2 diamonds.
2 diamonds, yeah, not 3.
Got a
Well, that
4-8
was
ace.
anticlimactic. So we do have top pair for Josh, who's going to definitely bet this out. Jaywen's probably going to defend here.
Jaywen's got a little bit of backdoor
He's got a
equity.
backdoor,
He's
yeah.
got the diamonds. He could go runner for the straight. He's got 2 pair on the horizon. Josh bets 100. Jaywen calls, and we're off to the turn. Here's the 9. Jaywen's not gonna like that. A lot of his good hands are no longer able. I mean, he did pick up that. No, he didn't pick up a gutter at all. So really just playing those 8s. See what happens. Josh is gonna bet out a little bit bigger, about 250, 275.
I think it's really good sizing, but I don't think Jaywen's going to call this. He knows he has to get an 8 or a 6 here to win. So I mean, we're talking 5 outs, 6 outs here.
Yeah, I mean, Josh raised pre-flop. Jaywen caught a little bit, was going to look to try and get a little bit more equity with that turn card. Unfortunately, didn't hit him at all, so
Yeah, he's roughly at 15%, something like that.
And pot of duality. Tonight on the microphones, you have Dante Poker, as well as Geo. You'll typically find me on this 2-5 game or playing at some of the other tables around the PCH Poker House.
I'm adding on 500.
Is there a chance I can raise off?
37.50.
I'm ready to commit stacks.
42. Oh, yeah.
I raised there. I'm committing everything.
And yeah, just as we thought, we had Jaywen fold to that bet, and we're off to the next hand.
Like if you go all in there,
I was gonna raise turn and go all in.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking
Yeah, I mean, if a spade peels off or
You sold that one.
There's a lot of scary cards.
Did you have ace-jack?
Yeah, it was exactly.
Hey, and we have
Skull.
Skull Bone enters the chat.
I think the people were worried about you that you weren't here yet.
Looks like he might have been watching some baseball games.
Is there baseball now?
I mean, it's baseball season.
I
but,
don't.
you know.
I'm not a baseball fan. Football and basketball.
So let's see. Going in this hand, we have a double straddle by, looks like a Rod?
There is a double straddle on
Or
this.
no, the double straddle would be
Rogelio?
Rogelio, right? A-Rod would be the single straddle. Lucky Buddha's waking up with my favorite hand, King 9 suited, cannot lose. Let's do it for the E-A-G-L-E-S, Eggles.
Typically, we don't do this. For my personal life, contractually, I just commit to a number that I know I'll never go below. Yeah. So everything is like under promise, over deliver.
See who came out. Rogelio hits his jack, although no real protection with that kicker. We're going check, check. Rogelio's going to lead out for 40.
I used to travel before I had my kid. So now that I have a kid.
Yep, I like it. He's gonna get a lot of information if he's good or not. So does flop top pair.
And look at that, takes it down right away. No sweat.
And he's just gonna show everybody, hey, I had it. I think when you're multi-way and someone leads out like that, dog leads, whatever you want to call it, they almost always have it. They almost always have top pair.
Yep.
It's never.
And plus, if you're a well-known regular, people understand. Sometimes you open a little bit wider, just show it. It looks like in seat 7 we have Doug entering the game. Welcome to the party. No, we don't.
It's an illusion. Doug is not does not have 2 cards that he's looking at.
just
Oh, I
thought
didn't
you had
realize
more
he left.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
I thought you were playing with Christian. Oh, he is. I don't know. I'm not really.
Oh, you were just talking.
So it looks like he'll play one hand.
You were just sitting there, just digging around.
He didn't play the hand.
Ah,
It's an illusion. Nothing to see here.
Grab his chips and his
I mean, I see a folding motion by him.
Oh, he's getting off.
No, you're about to get shot, man. Get the hell out of here.
Doug's a personal favorite of mine. I enjoy watching him play. He's a tough player to play against.
When I was talking about the other night playing, crazy games at 2, 3 in the morning, he's the instigator. He's the one keeping me here late night. But always lots of fun with him. Great guy, great conversation. Very, very good, strong poker player.
Like, everybody else gets up.
And going to a flop here, 10-3-5, 2 spades. Let's see, Josh has the ultimate spade and the ace plus the wheel draw.
We should be more
Rogelio's got a decent spade and some runner straights. And then a Aaron with just the jack high. He's just not getting it tonight.
Yeah, I'd prefer if Rogelio wanted to play this hand, come in for a raise versus just calling.
And that's
And
a
now he's-
great card for Josh. He catches the wheel, but also has that redraw to the uber nuts. Bets 100. I like that sizing. Rogelio's going to call and see if he can realize that spade or that equity, although he doesn't want it.
Yeah, he's drawing dead here. So.
8 diamonds comes. He should be able to get away with this one.
Yeah, Josh is making it half size.
Half size, trying to get a call.
There's nothing he can do.
I'm sure they're doing something about it. Yeah, players, they're not going to tell me. They want to quickly resolve it.
And if they can, they're not trying.
If I was
See how much Josh is up so far.
I mean, if they could, they don't want.
It's already up $440.
He won't realize. I mean, it's technically.
Fourth place. Rogelio's down.
Well, not only that,
Seen him
explosion,
go up and down. So he's
I know for me,
battled back.
my
He
new
does play
thing
a
is
lot
don't
of
play
hands.
with my stack.
Exposed.
It's okay.
Snap doesn't.
I mean, because if you have like 20K in front of you, I'm not going to notice that 2K is gone. You know what I mean?
And it looks like we got a double board bomb pot right now. So
No, we
nope,
don't.
we're just hand to hold
No,
them.
we're only doing the dealer change bomb pots now. So typically in bomb pots here in Texas at TCH is we'll do a bomb pot every dealer change, which is usually every half hour, and then we'll also have a bomb pot button that rotates counterclockwise to the regular button. And when the button lines up with the bomb pot button, we do a bomb pot. So it's a lot of bomb pots. You usually get, I don't know, 3 an hour, something like a 4 an hour. Seems like every other hand.
Yeah,
So
and
creates a lot of action for that.
I mean, we do run, round of each tables here at TCH. We do have bomb pot only tables here at TCH. Really, whatever game you want to play, if you can build the game, they'll host it for you here. But really on those double board bomb pots, it's so fun and exciting to break up the monotony again. Very action heavy type of game. And really have exploded over the last few years, really around the country. Bomb pots are everywhere, but I really don't know where they started, if they got popular here or...
I'm not sure. I mean, as you know, or a lot of people know, I've only been playing poker for 2 years. And when I first came here, the very first hand I played was a bomb pot. And I didn't know what it was. And I actually had Carolyn sitting next to me. She was explaining what a bomb pot is. And I ended up winning it, not knowing I won it. So I thought that was my introduction. And I remember I go to Vegas. Last year I went to Vegas a lot, and I did see them start doing bomb pots in Vegas upon request, and it was like, wow, that's pretty awesome. Although I got the impression the dealers hated it. but yeah, and those were for the bigger games too. Like they wouldn't do it for 1-2 or 1-3. Bomb pots were 2-5 and up. All right, so Josh has nothing, but it's not going to stop him for repping Jack 9.
He's going almost full pot right here, maybe 475, 500.
And he's still eating. He's actually making me hungry.
About 400 right here.
Wasn't it
Kevin with the mystery hand.
one of the
Really takes me back to the early 2000s when they used to do like the Jack Link's hidden
Oh,
hidden cards
I
for
used
the
to watch
WSOP.
that.
Yeah.
Where they had the little cameras.
Uh-huh.
Josh appears to be very, very calm.
if we had the time, I would say.
Oh, he's going to get looked up. Nice
Okay,
call.
let's
He's like,
see.
nice call.
Shows us the Jack Queen, and it's the big bluff. Kevin's going to show, looks like Queen Jack? Did they just chop? What an incredible call by Kevin. He says, you don't have it, show me your cards.
No, what you should have did was, is that a mutt?
Josh can only laugh.
Kudos to Kevin,
Josh,
but
is that a mutt?
I mean, what would Josh be bluffing with? A king or an ace in his hand? Still he loses.
That could just be how much they've played together in the past. He knows Josh is going to make a play like that. I know I've seen him make.
That's the only hand he beats, is a chop in. If he had an ace or king, he loses. If he didn't have an ace or king, if he had any 7, 9, I don't even know, 6.
But so far that's the call of the night right
That
there.
really
So
is.
great job, Kevin, and love to see you call people out.
That is pretty gangster.
All right, I officially have no business at this table.
I feel like I'm at the wrong game.
All right, I'm out.
Ace high, okay.
No epic respect. Holy crap.
That's the best call I've ever seen.
Wow.
He said even your bluffs are not better than what I have. Is what he said. He essentially said you have 5-4.
Partner Duality, thank you for stopping by and joining us, and you have a good night as well. Josh and Straddle. There's ace 9. Jalen's going to raise it up.
I don't even
This
think
is
about
probably a call, though. I like to
I
see
think
a
at that point,
3-bet
he's just
here.
saying, like, don't fucking bluff me going for it. I like it. It's a long game.
Yeah. It certainly was, but it was just.
I sure did.
Rogelio wakes up with a hand here.
I have a love-hate
He's going
relationship.
to definitely raise this up, I'm guessing, and he doesn't.
I can
So it
see
shows
that.
you what I know.
Well, and I see Josh calling this again. We're going to go about 4 or 5 handed
Five-way.
to the flop, as they say. Texas heads up.
An ace or a king. This is not good for Josh. Josh hits top pair with top kicker. He's going to lead out on this.
2 spades out there.
He
Josh
wasn't the
does have
pre-flop
backdoor.
aggressor, so Rogelio's got to feel really good. He's going to really put him on that 9. He's exactly what he has. Jaywin has backdoor equity.
He's just going to call and try and see if he can spike it on the turn or see what happens. before the
Rogelio's
river.
got to raise this now. There is a flush draw out there. There's a goofy straight draw, too. Can't really put anybody on that, so I expect a raise from Rogelio.
Very interesting call here by Jaywin. 2 overs, the backdoor hearts.
Yeah, he's floating it, hoping to outplay his opponents on later streets. He does have backdoor straight and flush draws.
I'm assuming Rogelio's probably going to.
He raised it to 275.
Yeah, he's going to get this down to heads up with Josh calling right here.
Get a beer after that.
I was going to say, I was like, God, he might need shots.
Jaywin folds.
What are we playing?
Put a heart out there. Just for
You
like
want-
the Jack of Hearts.
Just
Oh!
I
I'm
just
sorry,
love the
Jaywin.
fact that he didn't even
And
think
Josh
twice.
spikes 2 pair. Oh,
Oh,
Rogelio
no.
goes all in.
That was like the lowest.
Josh is salivating. He calls. Huge pot right now. $1,700 in the middle. Looking for the jack, but they look like they're both dead. So he is drawing dead.
Alright, we're gonna run it twice. First board, it's gonna be a queen board.
And they're running it twice, but it doesn't matter.
Jaywin would have won that.
He would have won the top board with the hearts. Yeah, that's why you don't fold, Jaywin.
I like his thought process, though, of his backdoors. The 275 was just too much for backdoors. If he just had if he had the draws right away, yeah, he's definitely calling, but not with the backdoors.
Exactly. Plus, Jaywin, he's up a bit right now, so he's probably feeling like he's hitting a lot of these boards, or at least outplaying a lot of his opponents right now. So I don't mind the call.
I can tell you that Jaywin's a very thoughtful player, and he's one of the few players that aren't results oriented. He just wants to make the right plays at every time on every street. In multi-way, that was the correct fold. We got going here. Bomb pots originated outside of Texas. Some say it was in Reno.
I got ammo to make my tower higher.
Yeah, sure.
Seem to catch on. Texas. One of those they did.
I do it all the time, literally. Like,
Checks on live.
sitting at a
Thanks you, Mr. Lottie. I know that a year and a half or 2 years ago when I first came to Texas, I got into a meetup game with Brad Owens. He was here for, I'm not sure it was his first time. I know he was on the stream 5-5, but he also had a meetup game. And
I got money.
he was talking to me about bomb pots. So he just started playing them, and I didn't know where he was playing them at. And, so yeah, I know there's a good one. I really enjoys those a lot.
She's pushing around the old guy.
It always stuck out in my mind the first time I played against Brad Owens.
Yeah, one of the great things about Austin Poker right now is a lot of these vloggers and strong players that can really test your mettle are coming through town, and there's always a good game somewhere. But right here, this 2-5 at TCH is usually one of the stronger games throughout the entire city of Austin. So, you know, if you're not from around here and you're looking for a game, please come stop by. We have, you know, everything you need to get your action on. We also have any other game that you can conceive.
I think we're gonna have Aaron topping off here. I think he's gonna match the stack. I'm not sure. I think he's gonna buy him for more chips. He didn't get felted. He just wants to match the highest stack here, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like he's adding on about 1,000 right now.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
That's
That was
Rogelio.
Rogelio.
So
Okay, my
Aaron
fault.
gave him the cash. Got you.
I'm impressed you know how to do that shit, Rogelio.
And again, one of the perks of having more of a club atmosphere. A lot of these folks know each other. We're able to do things like that, very friendly.
the QR code
And
thing
again,
like,
it's a very tight-knit community here in Austin.
and it's probably because I'm
Yeah, you
just,
might
like,
think, wow, you just gave him $1,000, but
I'm still the
I
guy
find
who
that
runs
most poker players are good for it, right?
Oh, yeah,
I
you're
mean,
an
if you welch on
Oh, yeah.
on debt, you can never play poker in this. So, yeah, I find that they're pretty good for it. So I've
Who else thanks me?
been known to loan people money.
Writing paid on the back
And there's a
of
difference when
checks
it's like
and
an
paid
immediate
on
payment as well.
Yeah, that's
now.
true.
It's like,
I-
especially in today's day and age, most people can at least Venmo or
Venmo,
Zelle
Zelle,
or
yeah.
something like that. So, yeah, I never would recommend putting too much out there.
me and my
just
dad.
as much as you trust everyone, don't trust everyone.
I've definitely been burned. As you know.
as a lot of people have.
So
Check.
the best is when you loan somebody money at a 2-5 game, and then you take their money,
Oh,
and they still owe you money.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, you can use the online app for that.
And let's see, we have Josh and Kevin here. We have one card from Kevin. Again, just a little
Kevin
teaser.
hits it. He's got the straight, but his opponent doesn't have anything. But that doesn't stop Josh from betting it.
And that is not correct. The 6-5 is not winning this hand.
You should have bet into me.
You didn't even have to call.
Looks like the action tractor only picked up that 10 of clubs, which is the reason. But caught Broadway on that river, and he's going to take down a small little pot.
That would have been the perfect $400 value on the river. All right, we're in there for $20. All right,
Give me that
400 on
$10.
the river.
Split it with
You
you.
bet $2.
You gotta be balanced with your high card calls and bluffs, right?
Seat 9, batting 1,000. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Like I said, at this point, I'd be like, yeah, I feel like I should be there.
Brad Owen, 10.
Make a huge construct my tower.
William, you can hardly hear me or Gio.
600.
Oh, it is now.
Oh.
Well, 600. So my winnings
This is seat 9 out of the 1,000.
remodeling.
Seat 9 out of the 1,000.
We got a couple uninspiring hands here.
Okay,
Although
let's
Lucky Buddha
straddle.
does have ace 10. He's going to raise this up.
It's going to open it up to 40, looks like. That seems to be what is pretty standard today. And Aaron wakes up with a pocket pair, clicks it up to 125.
Aaron does a very good job of recognizing these spots here. I've seen him do it a couple of times on the stream. I like the fact that he...
Josh comes up
Oh.
with pocket cues. The ladies are out tonight, and he's going to come in for the 3-bet.
I know everybody at the table has played with Josh, and he can be splashy, but rarely is he going to 4-bet, or you're going to see a 4-bet out of him without some very strong holdings, top of range type of stuff. And I think A-Rock can get away from this. Oh, does he?
It looks like he called.
He
and
does.
He's gonna float it at least to see a flop. Heads up to
Queen 7 would be really nice. Oh, I thought it was 7.
2-3.
I expect A-Ron to check this over, and we're going to see a C-bet out of Josh.
Be interested to see how much, considering that king.
He's gonna
came out
down
and
bet
it's
this
a
for sure.
Snap fold by A-Ron. Shows the king, says, "Look what I got, guys. Try me."
I have seen Josh with similar holdings with an overpair, with an overcard, where somebody check raises all in and just still calls. So I think people know Josh is very sticky.
Oh man, I've seen him. I've seen him shove 7 deuce after there's 2 people all in just to say what the hell and hit it. So you know he makes it a fun game, but he definitely can call wide. But again, people have different types of games, and that works, especially when you start to build a reputation of you're playing different types of cards, and when you have it, and take down some very big pots.
We should have a stream with all the commentators. That would be a fun stream.
This being my initial foray,
Yeah,
I'll stay out and let you guys play that.
What do you think about that,
I did like
William?
the idea where, you know, having the live VPIPs available to the players and then kicking out people who have under a certain VPIP after...
Under the Lottie line?
Under the Lottie line after, let's say, a certain number of hands. I think that adds a little twist to the game.
Every hour? People are just going to be raising to 15 and folding.
Yep. I don't know what exactly happened, but 3 ways to the flop. Ace 3 for A-Ron. We have King 10 for...
I did see a 9. Bobby does have...
All we see from Bobby, he's currently in the lead with that 9. Although he has another card, which could improve his hand. Check from Optimize. Should be going to turn here. Four of diamonds comes, doesn't improve anybody's hands.
Yeah, that really
Potentially Bobby's.
shouldn't be anyone. This pot was...
Oh, and we have Bobby.
It's kind of a chunky bet there.
Leading to 150 on this.
It's an interesting choice given the fact that the flush got there.
Bobby's going to take it down.
I think a bet around 100 would have served the same purpose. 75 to 100.
Sounds like I'm sounding a little bit low. A little bit closer now. How's that, Lottie?
That is the NBA draft. I'm like, man, like, how can, pretty much, I'm like, I don't.
I'll go ahead and get Gio a chair then.
If you're gonna do like,
Put me on this table and I'll make it fun for you.
Put like Charles Barkley, like, put some people with like a little personality.
Josh is having a great last 40 minutes. I think he's almost up 2K. Let's take a peek here.
Nobody seems to be having any form of fun on this broadcast.
Josh is almost our, he's almost our chip leader. Him and Jaywin are both enjoying almost 2K profit so far. Bobby's representing himself really well at 1.3. Rahelia's had a tough couple of hands there.
And looking
do I see Ace King? I do.
We have an Ace King suited.
We
got a
of
King Jack
hands
suited. We got Ace 9 suited. So they're eating some of each other's diamonds. See how many people come along.
Lucky's now
Jaywin's
priced
gonna.
in.
Looks like he's gonna raise it up. You raise it to 200.
Can't really tell if that's just a call or a raise.
Looks like it's a call.
That's
Just
going to price
2
in
black
Lucky
chips. It's gonna
for sure.
bring Lucky around. So Rogelio's sitting very strong right now.
Are those all
5, 10,
spades?
6, all spades.
I did see, I think Rogelio has.
Rogelio
Oh,
has
yeah,
the
that's what I
nutters.
thought.
He has the nutters.
And look at him, he's very coy. Unfortunately, like we talked about earlier, when you really smash a flop, it's really tough to your opponents to hit that at all.
Yeah, and with a hand like this, I might like to see him check it through at least once. He's so strong. His stack size was actually fairly small compared to where the pot was. You know, see if you can get an opponent to put a couple hundred in there, maybe on the turn, and then you have basically a single pot to ratio bet, and you're sticking it in there and doubling up.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's like you talked about earlier when you flop quads. If it's been a month since.
I play a lot of PL.
But when you flop quads, it's just
I play more than that.
it's really tough to get paid.
Oh, 100%.
I got lucky. I flopped nines. I 3-bet and I got 4-bet. I flopped nines and the flop was 9-9 ace and he had pocket aces. Ooh. So I checked it over, of course, and he went all in. And yeah, that's the only time I ever flopped quads in the last easy year.
So on this stream on like St. Patrick's Day, I had a king in my hand and I was running so pure that night. Flop quads, and I only had one king in my hand. And I mean, live reads all over the place. I'm surprised I didn't get more shit online from the comments and stuff like that. Just the biggest grin on my face. And
that actually sounds familiar.
yeah, now
that
I don't know if you were on that stream. I think you were just coming back at that time. But yeah, I'll always remember flopping quads is always interesting, especially when you have a player that's aggressive and betting into you. But looking at this hand, we have Chris with a pair of pocket nines, Jaywin with the king jack suited of clubs. Looks like a raise to 115 and a call. All right. And looks like those pocket nines are gonna flop a very strong gutter, or sorry, not a gutter, an open ender. Jaywin is gonna have 3 to the flush. He's got a gutter to that 9, although Chris has 2 of those already. Chris is gonna lead out for 225. Jaywin's gonna call it and see what we have on the turn.
But there's some crazy action players.
They were hurting my eyes.
So, like, New York City, right?
Turn is a 5 of spades. Doesn't help or improve anybody's hands, but that's not going to deter Chris. He's going to lead out for about $600. Jaywin's thinking through what hands would bet this, and ultimately he's going to make that fold. Didn't pick up that club equity. Still playing to that 9, which unfortunately for him was very unlikely to come.
Once that flop came out, I didn't want to see a 9.
There's also a crazy.
How about that jack?
Yeah.
It's in Delaware. It's crazy. It's just there's only one casino in Delaware.
Are we doing 10 or 15 for the bomb pot?
15. They do.
Since we've done it both ways, that's why.
It looks like we're going to have a dealer change bomb pot. So everybody puts in $15. We're going to get 4 cards to each of the players and 2 boards. We'll go straight to the flop. So pre-flop, there should be about 135 in there. At the same time, we're going to get, it looks like, an add-on from one of our players. Great time to do it as we get into this. That is Aaron in seat 1. You know, Lottie, I think that's exactly what I am thinking. So when we have one of those future streams, I think we should definitely play like that. Or, you know, I'd love to see like fun games, like a tag team. If we could get, let's say, 2 full tables, basically of 2-5, or you know, something fun. Maybe a guy-girl pair. We could do a Sadie Hawkins style. We could do a lot of different ways to really make this game exciting. But
No, you can't call
looks like Jesse's coming into the box.
I need you to call specifically with power chips only for this hand.
Pennsylvania is legal, so I play on Poker Stars and WSOP.
Poker Stars.
The Poker Stars PA and W.
Take it down, Ragnar. We're all rooting for you here in the chat. So let us know how you do and
Poker Stars is still better.
think that one. It's always nice to take it down.
Stars is the best software by far.
Well, the good part
At least
is,
in, not, at least in PA.
yeah,
We can't play it.
GG has the best poker software, and like, that's just a matter of fact. Of
Yeah,
what it is.
like I mean, GG has a great poker software. Just the problem is that it like eats away so much of your CPU.
Yeah.
The computer, like.
Oh, 100%.
So you need to like if you want to play a lot of tables, you need a really good computer. Otherwise, it's gonna make a lot of.
And that's where you like most of the like Kevin Martin, you know, plays a ton for GG. Patrick for IR Egyptian plays a ton of GG as well. They basically are using like full like.
And as these cards get built out, we'll see what everybody has after this flop.
It's the only thing that works, and I'm just like.
I mean, it's only thing is when you have a lot of tables.
Yeah, because there's.
We got a 6, 7, 8 of spades. That's a spicy flop.
It will eat your.
And the other one is 9, 7, 3, 2 diamonds. See who has. Ooh, Bobby flops the flush. Almost the nuts, but king, queen. Bets out 75. Couple of folds. Rogelio's gonna enter the fray. He's got, let's see, looks like a straight draw on the top. He's got some clubs on the bottom. He's got sevens on the bottom. 2 pair of 7-8 on the top. Bobby's still looking good with that flush, and the queen's on the other board. 3 of spades. Doesn't change anything. Oh, 4, 5 of spades for Josh. This could be really big. He just turned gin on the top. Straight flush. And we got 2 other flushes, so very spicy on that top board. Let's see who's got that bottom board, because that top one is all but wrapped up. See, I see queens. I see a diamond flush, ace queen. So Bobby probably thinks he's really good on both boards, but little does he know, he's going to take down half this pot. But we'll see what happens with this betting action here on the turn. Bet at 275 from Chris. Josh is going to make that call. Or no, Bobby. And then Josh is going to make that call. And Chris is next to act. See if he likes that jack high flush. Very spicy. And there's the call. We're going to go to the river. Again,
Wow.
Welcome back, Dante. We got a heater on our hands.
Oh my gosh.
And there's an 8. Did someone just boat up to change things? And there's a 9. No boats. So we got 3 flushes on top. One's a straight flush, which is going to take it. And on the bottom, we have the ace queen diamond flush.
Bobby's got to be feeling really good about his hand right now.
Oh, he's just thinking, how do I
Wait a
shove
minute,
all?
no.
How do I shove all of this into the middle?
Both boards are paired. That's the thing.
That was close.
I've always felt that, you know, dealers.
Yep,
as long as
there he
the
goes.
number was coming.
That's the pot, which would be about 1,200.
You'd love to see the 9 of spades out there because no one has a bigger straight flush.
Oh, it's 275.
Big facts. I think he'll get at least 1 call.
725.
It's a big bet.
Yeah, I mean, for
Bobby's
Chris,
got-
this is almost his entire stack. So he's got to think, you know, is it worth it with the jack high? On the bottom, he's really only got 2 paired jacks and 9s with that ace kicker.
Oh, he's already folded.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he doesn't have much. This is really up to Bobby with two flushes on both paired boards.
You know, how do you feel about this? As it's heads up, are you calling no matter what?
I think you call. I mean, it's hard to put them on 2 boats. I mean, yeah, you could have it, but I think equity-wise you have to call because you smash both boards anyway. So you don't have the nuts, but.
And there's the call. We're gonna chop this one up. Very interesting hand.
Oh, so Josh just flops the straight flush.
Just dropped the straight flush, turned it even more.
You had so many combos that would both.
I mean, I always feel like I think poker would be very interesting if there were 5 card or 6 card straights and 7 card straights. So just add some additional wrinkles to the game.
That's a lot. I've played a weird game like that after the stream once.
Yep. that's when it happens.
What's that? Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. That's the shit I'm talking about. You would have gotten hammered.
So I did go out to the table. Probably see me.
You see that hand that was dealt,
and
though?
talk to the players. The first thing that they asked was,
Ace, king, queen,
Queen Jack. That's what Josh said.
No, we don't pay attention to
And
the
I
game
was
in
like,
here.
yeah, I just.
Now I know I'm good. I didn't have the nuts before.
I mean, I even told Josh.
Did you let them know that it was a non-red hand, so we didn't even know at the time?
Oh no, I didn't know. I didn't tell him that.
So that was the most interesting thing.
It was.
What
I
is
was
he calling
like,
with?
oh, he's just got a pair. He's just at least ace high.
Yeah. So let's see. We got Aaron in here with the straddle, small pocket pair of fours. He got a raise to looks like 35 by Bobby with the 8-6 suited.
I love that hand.
And let's see what Aaron's doing. Just gonna call, go to the flop, heads up.
Looking to set mine here. 8-6-4 would have been nice. Instead, we get this action killer. Aaron's still in the lead, though.
Bobby's gonna follow up with a C-bet. See if that takes it down right here.
That paired board might incentivize him to call. It's less likely his opponent has a jack. I think that's going to end it there.
Really depends on whether or not Bobby's gonna go for another street. Looks like he is gonna fire out, this time for 110. I think that gets the job done.
Yeah, when he fires another round, another bullet here on the turn. Not a lot of players do that.
Pre-flop razor, that's the flop.
This is an
that's
ace
the
all the
turn.
way.
He's going 3 straight streets. You gotta think he's got a weak ace, maybe. And again, a raise to 35 pre. You know, we've been seeing a lot of the bigger hands going to 40 plus, 45 plus for that pre-flop action. And don't know
I did ask Doug why he sat down. He said he was just sitting down because the seat was open, but the chips were there. He didn't mean to get a hand. So.
Looks like Jay Wynn's taking a quick break. Going to this hand number 47.
Went out to the room. We've got, looks like we had 6 tables going, 6 or 7. I can't be too sure. We've got 2-5 tables going. We have a lot of money at that 2-5 table right now. I would probably, if I had to guess, I would probably say upwards of $30,000
on the
on the other 2-5 table.
Yeah, and that one usually, that's the one that starts early in the day, so people build up very large stacks. And look at this hand here. We have King Jack off, Queen 10 off, pocket 10s, and Ace Queen suited.
Now you know the flop is going to be all low cards.
Most likely it is. We'll see. I mean, 65 isn't the largest raise, but it is going to get Rogelio out there. Kevin is also going to be folding. And we're going to go heads up to the flop. Or no, it looks like
I would expect
Aaron
to
raise
this.
again to 175.
That's a good raise. I mean, Lucky Boot is not going anywhere. He could even elect to do a 4th bet here. Although I think he's just going to call given what we've seen from him so far.
Yeah, he flicks in the chips.
And he is out of position.
Flop's going to come 6, 7, 8, 2 diamonds. Again, spot on
So I think
with the low cards.
Aaron definitely, now he has a gutter. Yeah, when his opponent checks here, he knows that he's probably not going to get a bet out of him. He does downsize it. This may entice Lucky Buddha to come along with his overs. Although I can't think he can just fight a fold here and live to fight another day.
He is going to come along for one more street at least.
It was really the sizing that got him to call.
75 is just such a small amount. It makes sense.
Oh.
And there's the trips. Although that does bring in the diamond flush, 4 to the straight. Let's see what Aaron does here.
He's definitely going to bet this. I actually think checking it looks stronger.
Just insane insanely young. Like, like
Now, why would you bet
pretty
this?
much,
Like,
looking at
let's
this kid from
understand.
Branson, like, I don't think
You know,
If-
you're not putting your opponent on either a diamond or a 9 right there.
Well, are you asking with his particular hand, the 10, why would you bet it?
Trip 10s, I guess, to try and block another diamond coming
Yeah,
out,
like maybe ace
or-
queen with the ace of diamonds kind of hand.
But as it does, it goes check, check, and the river's a blank. Aaron should take this down, but we'll see what Lucky Buddha is going to do.
He should bet this out, given the fact that he didn't show strength on the.
And he bets
on the turn.
425. Not
Puts him in
bad,
a tough
not bad.
spot. He's just going to call this.
Did he call that?
He did, yeah.
Okay. Wow, that was a very quick snap call.
I mean,
A nice hand, Aaron. Make the most out of your action tonight.
That was kind of odd. If Lucky Buddha had a flush, he definitely would have bet that on the turn. He would have let out. He doesn't want that board to pair. I mean, I would. That would be my thinking. So that was probably what Aaron thinks. If he had the flush, he would have let out. And I thought the bet was pretty big. It was either, we always use the word polarizing, right? It's either a bluff or he's got it. So he was 50-50 there, and I thought.
So would you have wanted a bigger bet out of Luda right there, or would you have?
It's tough, right? A bigger bet even looks more bluffy at times. I still think Aaron snaps off anything at that point.
Yeah, but on stream at least.
You know, it's just unlucky for Lucky Buddha that he had a set there.
More spicy after, so.
They'll give us like a 5-10 hand.
I think if it was just one pair, he would have got him to fold. But
Open to 60 by Chris. 2 callers. Here we go to the flop.
Had his hot girlfriend who was
Queen 3-3, 2 clubs.
and then he had her, they needed a seat, so he had her buy in. So min buy in like 200. And then
Not too
obviously
much
he
of
pulled
anything
two
to the
jam
board.
ones,
It's going to
jam
check
ones.
around, and here we go to the turn.
And she kept losing all the jams. She'd lose like 5
There's the
jams.
board.
She lost
Everybody's
he's
got
got
2
an ace.
pair.
He's got an ace. Josh has an ace. Josh is
And
really
then
good
you
with
see
some
him,
cards.
they're
here.
making comments, then you
Josh
see
is
him
just
pull
going
out.
to do a little bet.
At the stage.
About half pot,
Really?
$100.
It's like the story is like deja vu.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, no one can really call
It must
here.
happen like 4 times in a row. He whipped out another 200. One time he scooped her. Like he,
Yeah, get the right card. Make sure you show them.
I personally show the bluff there.
The 7,
The 7.
the queen 7. It was like, oh, you had a queen. All right, chat. Let us know if there's any stats you want to see. We'll pull those up for you. Again, I'd like to thank all of you for being in the live chat here. We have 180 of you, so thank you. Thanks for spending some of your night here with us. The action's been really, really good. We've seen a couple we've seen a new player, Josh, come in and really kind of amp it up a little bit. And like I said earlier, a lot of these players have played with Josh, and I'd gone out there to ask ask Kevin, how did you call that Queen's Jack? He goes, have you played with Josh before?
And Jay Wynn.
Wow, Jay Wood's.
Seeing another strong opening hand in the pocket queens.
He's been less active than we've seen him on some other streams, but he's showing a nice little profit so far tonight.
Very consistent play. He's going to open it up to 75, get at least 1 caller in a Aaron with the king queen off.
I just watched his new vlog today. I thought that was really good.
I haven't seen his newest one, but I've really been enjoying all of his videos. His analysis is very interesting.
It's very high level, too.
Very high level. You can
get-
tell he's extremely studied in the different
and he
hands
flops
and
top.
the positions.
Oh, this is going to be out.
I mean,
Jay Wynn flops top set versus
it's the case.
Aaron's.
The case queen comes out.
Top
Aaron
pairs.
probably thinks I
It's
just
a C-bet.
smashed. I just smashed
He
this
thinks
board.
Jay Wynn is c-betting here, and so he's just going to.
And he's gonna slow play it and
The king would be
realize
devastating.
he's in big trouble. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. It could halt some of the action we're gonna get from Aaron, but see what
Jay
Jay
Wynn's
Wynn
still good
does in
here
this
100% of
position.
the time.
Oh yeah.
He's
Depending
gonna-
on the
he's-
sizing, I think you want to keep this one a little bit on the 1/3
He's
of the
definitely
pot,
going to
maybe.
bet because
maybe
there's a flush
100.
draw, yeah.
Looks like a
So
little bit bigger than
150?
that. Yeah. 250. So pretty chunky bet right there.
You could also put your opponent here on an ace. Let's just call on the flop. Ace king, ace jack, something like that.
Has a float.
Because J-Win's going to be c-betting this flop 100% of the time.
I was like, what are you putting him on?
Aaron's going to make that call.
I mean,
There was an 8 of hearts. Pretty non-consequential. No straights really get home. No flushes got home.
J-Win should go for max value here at this point because he does him no good. His opponent's either going to call or fold any bet, really, right? If he calls 200, he's going to call 700.
So would you want to see an overbet here? Would you want to
A
see a
little
pot
bit, yeah,
size,
700 to 900, something like that to make it really look bluffy.
It looks a little bit lower than that, maybe 600.
So he's got 600, so it's...
I don't know if you can get away for that sizing though. So, you know, those are your two options really when you have a hand like J-Win is. You can either overbet and make it look really bluffy, or you can go for more value where the person is just
I think
so committed.
600 is still a pretty big bet. I think Aaron's going to call. He does call. Did Aaron?
No, it says J-Win 1.
Oh, I didn't know what they were waiting for. I thought Aaron went all in. I was like...
Maybe change.
So, wow. I thought that was really well played. And Aaron knows that J-Win's going to c-bet that flop 100% of the time. So when he flops top pair, he's got to be feeling really good. The ace, it didn't really affect anything. It's when you look at how different people play the game, right? When they see an overcard like that, they tend to get scared, and you'll see check from a lot of players. But in this instance, with two really good players, that ace didn't really scare off anybody. And I thought he got max value out of that. I don't think Aaron would have called 700.
And after that, decent sized
It may take a minute to upload here.
Yeah, we'll wait one more hand and then bring up the net earnings.
Nope, it's
and
good,
see.
I think.
After this hand, we'll do it. Looks like we got a double straddle by J-Win. Starting price of poker is $20, ladies and gentlemen.
Putting it out there, you know. All I do that's to win.
Manifesting, I like it. It's optimizable.
Isn't it though?
I manifested a queen the other day. I had pocket aces, and we got it in pre-flop.
I've seen a lot of king queens
First run out, he flopped queen.
tonight.
As the flop was filling out the second one, at least there's not many queens left in the deck. The turn.
All right, we had a couple more people join us in the chat. We're almost at 200. Just want to thank everybody. We do have an hour and 25 or so, something like that, to go. So it kind of really flies fast. I want to thank Gio or Jeff for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the company.
Oh, I love it. I love talking poker and seeing these guys get a leg up for the next time. I might be battling them on the felt, but it's always good to see a fun game.
So I've noticed this from Regilio a few times. When he has it, he bets small, like 1/3 pot. The flush gets there and he checks it. So is that another spade?
It's another spade, so there's 4 to
he's
the
got
flush
trips.
on there. There's no spade
Yeah.
in anyone's hands. It's probably going to go check, check. Yeah, it does, and he shows the king. He's going to take down a small little pot.
I'll sit it close.
No. What is going on? Oh, he's pushing the pot. The dealer's pushing the pot to the wrong player, and Regilio almost lost it there.
And so now let's look at the latest net earnings. So again, we see J-Win after that last win up to about 2.4. Josh just crossed the 2K mark. And then it looks about evenly split of people who are up and down this evening. And again, if there's any specific graphs or charts, whether you want to see, let's say, specific players mapped out against each other, we do have that capability. So please don't hesitate to say something in the chat, and we'll try and get you that view. Have you played on the stream yet? On the new table with
I played twice.
Okay.
Yeah. Played 3 weeks ago, I think. The last time.
And J-Win wakes up with number 1s again. This is the second time I think he's gotten them tonight. So
I've seen him queens, kings, and aces. So he's running the full Broadway paired cards.
he's showing all the skills. It's tough to play when you're hitting cards like that.
Did he get that in the straddle as well? So this might look like a squeeze.
On a double straddle board. And it looks like he's just going to call. Wow, he is going to try and milk this one. And the ace. Oh! When he flops quads. Wow. Yeah, you check it all the way basically to the river.
Please have a flush.
You know, you
No. Okay. There's nothing he can
bet
do
10,
here.
Do you bet 10? Like, you have to bet at least pot. Yeah.
It's like, well, again, when you
Can't do
smash the
anything.
board, you just.
Oh, show the cards, Jalen. Don't just fold it.
He doesn't win high hand or anything? Oh.
No, that's not high hand. That would be quads.
Pretty good.
Wow. I don't remember the last time I saw quad aces on the flop.
And he wins $27. And he didn't raise pre-flop.
That's poker. I mean, he tried his darndest to get people to call, and
Yeah.
tough break.
Just a little. 10, 20. Just a little bit.
Sorry about the spam in the chat. Apologize for that. Do I have what?
One big session. Said life's just one big session.
You mean, do I have like a little ring next to it? Yes.
Yeah, it's life 10, life 20.
Sorry, chat, trying to figure out how to clean this up.
Hands it right the first time and they disappear. And then
I think I figured it out. I can put him in. I can put the user in timeout. So that's what I did with the spam. Put it in timeout.
Getting all big for your britches.
Okay. He came back. No, he timed out.
Everybody's playing, right?
Yeah, we're doing a round of 20.
Looks like we're going to continue the theme of the double straddle. Optimize now wakes up with aces. He's been kind of card dead today, so he's going to raise this up. This should be some alarms going off in some player's head, knowing kind of the image he has and how he hasn't really played a lot of hands so far. But I can remember, and Rogelio's going to make a speculative call here. This connecting cards, and let's go to the flop. I do see a 6, so. It's really a good flop for Optimize. He's got to hope that one of his opponents has a king, which they don't. So this is probably going to go bet, fold, fold.
It's pretty good. You got track.
Is there like a separate plate? Are you putting on the 20?
It's all good. I ended up getting free food, so.
There you go, even better.
Win-win.
You played it to perfection.
Yeah.
Just play the stall. Just wait. Just wait him out.
Let me know if you want me to get your bear on me.
Clean up leftovers.
Chinese food free roll he was on.
All good, bud.
Till their heads up on the river, and he's like, "You remember that Chinese food that I got you?"
Oh, I'm such a hypothetical person. Like, damn, why you gotta bring that up?
No respect.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, here we are. So Rogelio wakes up with ace queen suited. Very, very strong hand. Top of range for him. Top of range for most people. Now we have a question about who is in the chat with me. That would be Jeff, a poker player who plays on the stream frequently. Very, very solid player. So he's currently taking a break right now. Rogelio flops top pair against Aaron's second pair. Aaron's probably going to call this to see the turn. That actually might hurt Aaron because it's less likely his opponent has an ace. He's going to lead out here, a little feeler bet, 1/3 pot. I like Rogelio's just call there.
I don't know. I looked down at 7-4, 4-2.
They come in waves. That's the thing I realized. Yeah.
It's a meaningless 7, so you expect Aaron just to check this. Rogelio's going to try to get value, so I expect something very low, 150 to 175 range. Nope, it looks like he's just going to check it down.
2 pair.
Man, everybody just got fucking everything. Good hand.
Did you go out to the table at all?
I was just seeing that other 2-5 table and the stacks that were on there.
Yeah.
Talking to a couple people outside.
Anything but aces.
Derek is on there right now.
Sounds like it's just a wild table with a lot of action players. So come on down to TCH if you want to play some live poker. Here we go. It looks like the double straddle is on once again. Or no, maybe not a double straddle, maybe just a straddle to 20.
It's a double straddle.
Okay.
Watching all this food makes me hungry.
I don't think
I
you
guess
do a mid play.
they track your hands for after too, or something like
Or
that.
after. They can retroactively.
Is that a little more janky though? Yeah.
Well, hopefully as we get into Power Hour in the next couple minutes, we'll start seeing a little bit of splashiness and action to bump up everything. But we do see Aaron opening up with the ace-4 unsuited to 150.
They did. In the last one, I was just like, I was shocked. Because I specifically asked him,
Just pick up the dead money here and go on to the next hand.
I don't want to do the cumulative winnings for the session. Huh?
It only shows you your own.
No. It was on the stream. Like, it had my earnings
Not just for
on
this
particular
session?
table. For the whole thing. Yeah.
J-Win minus 300,000.
And it does look like the mandatory 20 might be in. I don't know, he just put someone's 20 out in seat 3.
There's shit wrong with the way that it's calculated.
Might be touching
So
people's
it's
stacks.
not
That's his stack.
presenting to everybody
Oh, that's his
how
stack
you
to the
run
right.
So
forever. It's not doing
we
it.
just
It shouldn't
told
be
looks
doing
like
that. Like,
they are
that's
going
all.
to double straddle.
Over time, I had a graph.
So we're
and it
effectively
was
playing a
not
10
for that
money
session.
game. So any raises will have to be at
So I
that
don't know what
$60
you
to
saw.
$80 range.
I thought it gave you
You'll have to point this
I was
out.
down
Versus a
10K, so I
20
would know.
between 2.5 and 20.25.
And we have suited connectors for Josh who calls.
No, I don't think.
I could be wrong.
I think,
We have
I think what happened
J-Win,
was it
looks like
wasn't
raising it up to 75, 100 with his ace-7 suited.
It would have been
I
over
think with the
100
double
counted
straddle
if
on
that
this
was
is
the
really going to favor
But imagine
J-Win
there's a
and
comparison
maybe
between
Aaron
two players.
here a little
What
bit.
time frame is that over? That's not for the session.
Yeah, I think Optimize typically would play really well in this, understands, you know, what the bet
Like I said,
sizing, which is
sometimes it's
just the
like
key to this part of the
it
game,
says the
is
wrong number. It's
you know,
like
being
whatever-
able
however
to
it's calculating it, when
effectively
people add on,
squeeze and get those
sometimes
folks
it
out.
doesn't
Because in
factor that
Texas, you
into,
can
like,
semi-squeeze, and
money,
if you're not
so if you
committed
add
to it,
on
you're
a
going to
bunch
go
of
4 or
money, it might
5
have
ways
said
to
that you
flop.
were up.
Well, if that's the case, then my apologies. But
No.
And we have a 5, 7, 8 rainbow.
Does anybody have a 6?
Sevens for Jaywin are currently in the lead, it looks like, with a gutter for Bobby and 2 overs.
Questions when she saw those figures on the screen. It
So
was
that
like,
6 would really hurt Rogelio.
Yeah, well,
Jay-Win likes
Jaywin's going to lead out for 200, about half pot.
Yeah, you can really see what the double shadow now does to the pots. Something that would be a $75 bet on the flop is now a $200 bet, given the fact of how much money's in the pot.
And here's a candidate to get in there at raise to 675 from Bobby.
I like the raise. I like it.
It's a great raise. Forces Jaywin to really think, how strong is he?
Kind of like the hand before when he had that set of queens. He's always c-betting there, given he's the pre-flop aggressor. But he also knows that Bobby, that this is more his range. This flop is him, even though Jaywin did hit effectively second pair there. So
Great
well
bet,
played
great
by Bobby.
size, everything all around for Bobby right there.
Use the heart. He said if Jalen can make trip ducks, so nice.
All right, let's take a look at the chat and see what we got going on here. So some of you, looks like some of you are getting lucky with the points. I have lost, every time I rolled, I've lost, so.
See, I watch the streams. I don't comment enough in the chat, and so I never have points to gamble. I think I've only once made it up to 10, and then I lost it immediately.
84 and I bet it all and lost. Rogelio's coming in with a raise. Let's take a look at what he.
He's got ace jack off.
I don't think he could say that.
Kevin has the pocket Jaywins.
Oh wow. Okay, so here we. He's gonna double look. I always thought
I think
that was
those
a
were
tail.
those were intended for the seat next door. The namesake.
Apologize for the action tracker. We're not.
This one will.
We're gonna get it here. So we have.
It looks like Rogelio and Kevin are in, as well as seat 5. Josh.
Wow, Skull, you have. Is that right? You have that many points? I can't even calculate that. 2 million points?
Can you loan me some?
He said he could lend some. Most I ever got was to 84. I've lost every flip I had. All right, so Kevin's going to raise this up to 60. I don't really see a hand that could call here.
I think Rogelio's going to call with his ace jack.
Oh, I didn't even see his.
Yeah, it's catching up. The only other person in is Josh, who does make the call. Looking for a queen or running threes. Flop comes out, king 4, 9, 2 hearts.
Go ahead.
So he's got some backdoor equity here. Kevin doesn't like the king, but still should bet it. And now he's got to think. That king would definitely have bet that flop, so he's going to.
And Josh is going to donk out after he hits his 3. Leads out for 100. About
Well,
half
if he
pot.
called him with queen high before, he's definitely calling him with jacks. He should just call, not raise. Try to
And
keep.
that's exactly what he does, trying to keep Rogelio in. Rogelio calls. Looking for that ace. And the king on the river.
That's going to make Kevin feel better about his jacks. It's less likely his opponent has a king now.
And
Well,
Rogelio's
he's
going to
rep
lead.
this. He knows he can only win by betting.
He needs to make it really big here.
And that's not it.
It's about a quarter pot. It's not going to do the trick. You're going to get called by Josh. Oh, a raise to 400.
Wow. I really like that play. It's going to be tough for Kevin to call. Although
he knows Josh really well is the thing, so he's gonna really think about this.
I think the difference is it's
folds it.
multi-way, right? So he raised Rogelio while Kevin's still in the pot, so he's not doing that
That
lightly.
sounded really familiar.
That's what I'm thinking Kevin is thinking.
It's one of those things that don't happen.
So I don't blame him
enough,
for
so
folding
when it
those
brings up,
jacks at all.
Well, especially when the lead is coming from Rogelio, ultimately you gotta think one of them has your jack beat. And he does the right thing and he folds it.
It was her, Bart Hansen was on.
Nice win by Josh.
Oh, it was Kevin. I would say nice set of threes.
Did he show the 1-3?
He showed the 1-3.
Okay.
He transferred over to the great game of PLO and has since done very well.
Who? He was talking about that. I think that happened last year. We were talking about that.
You didn't have to bluff.
Where did he play at?
Just let him get
Home
there.
games.
He plays a lot of the private. He has access to all the private games.
If he doesn't recognize,
I mean, they were
When you play on the tables, Dante, are you listening to music? Are you on your phone? Are you mostly engaged in just everything at the table? What do you like to do when you're there? Do you get massages?
Well, I used to get massages all the time. Like I kept track of. I keep track of all my expenses and massages on there, and I would. I think last year it was about $8,000 in massages. I can't do that anymore because of my health. But I used to always have some headphones on and stuff like that. But I really enjoy the banter and the conversation.
Yeah, a good game when the conversation is going or the jokes are and the alcohol is flowing. It's usually better to be more engaged. If I'm doing a long session, I'm typically with my music in and
people
watching things on my
typically
phone.
call you lighter when you're talking to them, is what I've noticed, right? So you don't really call somebody with a hoodie, backpack,
No,
sunglasses,
pro
and headphones.
tip, everybody. If you see someone in a hoodie,
I'm just saying. It
go
was
the
funny because
opposite
today I had
direction.
a hoodie, sunglasses, just because I was freezing out there.
And
I sat right next to our Padawan.
And here we go. We have Josh who has ace queen off. Kevin has one of the more beautiful hands in 10 jacks suited. Raises it up to 25. Bobby re-raises it to 75 with a queen 3 off.
Roll him this way.
Bobby's definitely active. He's becoming more aggressive as the night goes on. Josh is going to simply just call this. There's no way he can fold. Not Josh. It does call. I'm like 5 seconds behind the action. I apologize.
Flop is 5-9-7.
And that's not going to help anybody. It shouldn't help anybody.
Kevin picked up the gutter, but otherwise Josh is currently leading the pack.
A queen would be nice and spicy here. It would give everybody something.
And there's a king. Again, that gives Kevin the open ender now.
2 of his queens are dead.
And Bobby's going to lead out for 125. Get 2 quick folds and take it down. Good bet.
And he's starting to really play well. I think the first hour was kind of a feeling out.
Yeah, I don't know, how much he's played on streams, but it seems like he's really found his groove these last few orbits. And yeah, looking at some of the stats, and I'll pull it up real quick so everyone can see. But Bobby, one of our big winners of the evening, coming up on Josh's tail right now. So really strong showing in the last couple orbits.
Sometimes you just run like 6 hands in a row. You're like, dang, I hit everything. And then it's like 10, 15 hands. You're just like, yeah, okay.
My favorite time to play are like when you just feel like you hit every 2 cards. You're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna play them 2 because I just keep hitting them.
Josh is going to open up his range, coming in with the king 5. Jay Wynn with the 7-3 suited. Flop comes out ace, ace, deuce, rainbow.
A lot of paired boards today as well. Okay, does somebody have a king? I thought I saw, yeah. Josh knows he has the best. I'm gonna bet this out. I can see Rogelio just calling.
Yeah, there's a call for 50. Why not?
Queen high might be good here.
Yeah, he's going to take it down.
That's value betting right there. And he's letting Kevin know how awesome he is.
Good value.
You should go out there and ask Optimize if he's okay.
He's been so card dead lately.
You should go ask him, well, Dante wants to know if they're okay.
Yeah, I mean, he is the low end of our VPIPs this evening, hovering right around 21%. So, yes, not as many cards, but see if he can pick it up. Sometimes it's not up to you.
On the flip side, Josh has played almost half his hands. Everybody enjoying some sort of food there, I see. Aurelio's got something going on.
I got a raise by Josh with Queen Jack off to 80. So we're definitely starting power hour, ladies and gentlemen. So expect to see some bigger raises, some wider openings. Expected to just see this table start to showcase that action Texas is known for.
We're going to see a C-bet here, whether he had top pair or not. There
Josh
is a flush out there. Yeah,
Josh is betting
I
almost
expect it to be small.
any hand.
I think around 70, 60. You can bet 60. So
quick call.
Okay, so I'm not sure. Is he looking for something on the turn or river? Some mischievousness, which I would expect a raise here now since Chris did call the flop with nothing.
There's a pretty good size bet, 200 it looks like, 175. Fold
He's
by
probably
Chris.
charging those flush draws that he thought maybe Chris had. That's the reason why he called the flop. But I think the reason why Chris called the flop is he's seen Josh play and he was going to make a big raise. But since Josh let out big, he can't necessarily do that now.
Yeah, and I think he didn't improve at all on the turn.
And that was the seat that Doug sat in. And I asked him, well, do you know him? He goes, no. I said, okay.
Ooh, we got another set of number
This
ones
is our
by
fourth
Lucky
aces, I
Buddha.
think. This is
and he with the double straddle now on, he can size up a little bit bigger. It looks like about 75, 70. Yep. And
like
Aaron with nines, he'll probably come along.
I actually would like to see a bigger raise, given he's out of position with aces. Jabin with queens.
Queens again, but did Aaron just fold nines? Very interesting at such a small bet.
Please put a 9 on the flop.
That's just mean. And
as he 3-bets at 260. Now, he should take his time with this. Make it look like he's contemplating if he's good here. Don't just shove it all in, but he's definitely got to raise this, given he's out of position.
not to mention, they're both sitting fairly deep, about
yeah,
3.5 and 4 plus.
I would like to see something around the $600, $650, $700 range. That would be enough for Jwin to call. And when he gets 4-bet here, I don't think Jwin's going to re-raise.
I could see him calling, though, again, just because he doesn't know this player as well.
And
hasn't really been out of
line
line
tonight. You could do this with
tonight.
Ace-King, too. You would raise, you'd 4-bet with Ace-King as well. So, you know, if he makes it too big, I think Jwin can get rid of it. And that looks like 700.
At least. It looks like maybe closer to 8.
Yeah, that just the way it was. I think Jwin's a good enough player to figure this out.
He is going to make the call.
Yeah, as he should, right? You have the third best hand.
Yep.
You know, this is something that Ace-King could do. Now, given the action on the, because Lucky Buddha is the first to act, we'll give a lot of information to Jwin.
Oh! He spikes the queen,
That's the second time he hit a set of queens.
And he's got about a little under 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. There's the 9
if
as well.
A-Rod was
A-Rod's
in,
kicking himself, but
not
tomorrow
really.
he will be praising himself. And Jay-Win checks
gonna
his
down-
option. He's got a
he's gonna
dog.
down
It's gonna.
bet
It's
this.
got. He bets 625-ish. That brings him down to a little over 2. He's gonna have a
He's
little
gotta
over.
raise
He's
this.
gonna have a little over 1 SPR.
He has to raise this because of the flush draw, right? You can't let your opponent get there.
What
so.
do you raise this to though?
I would go all in.
You just
You're
straight shove it.
1-to-1 right now on SPR, right? So you just shove it, go all in. It's half your stack, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows his opponent, after betting 650, after committing 1,400 in there, is not going to go anywhere.
Mhm.
He's got something. He could have the nut flush draw as well. We talked about ace king being a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the stats, you know, Lucky Buddha has, and there's the shove, but he has been one of the more aggressive players at a 30% VPIP. Snap calls it.
Wow.
We're gonna go to a
I
run out.
thought he played that really
9 for the quads. Oh! Someone please go get that man and pull him from the table.
Oh!
Hey, Aaron. Now you're kicking yourself.
Oh.
I mean, that would have been fireworks.
Ladies have been good.
But as it goes, Jay-Win is going to stack Lucky Buddha on this one, take it down for a very chunky 3.5K win right there. So he's going to be our big winner for now. See what happens in the next hour. But well played, Jay-Win. And it's always nice to hit that queen on the flop. Is that for Aaron or is that for Jay-Win?
Aaron. And you know what? Oh yeah, it is. It is nuts. I was gonna say, isn't there a straight flush out there? But there's not. I was like,
oh man.
Wow, that was pretty exciting. You know, at the end of the day, aces is just one pair. I think I've lost more with aces than any other hand. So.
New baby run good.
Yeah, I mean they're a false sense of security. Again, on that flop where you have no club and just the aces, it's very hard to get away, especially if you don't know the players. Again, I don't know how much Lucky Buddha actually watches the stream and knows some of the Austin locals.
Well, I think having no club is actually a good thing because your opponent could have a flush draw.
They could, but then you don't have the blocker.
Yeah, but that's so your opponent could be doing that with ace queen suited, right? Ace queen of clubs. I don't know if the queen of clubs is up there, but some sort of nut flush draw. That way you can't call it off, and it's just a flip, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to not have any of those blockers
so many times tonight.
Really is. It's just one pair. Like your opponent's never check raising you all in with.
You got the 10 on?
God, if I could be that lucky winner, I mean, Jay-Win, let me follow you on Instagram and YouTube if you're giving away the money.
I think he posted a retraction on
yeah.
that.
On second thought, I mistyped this. I was...
Second thought, take me to court.
And we got a raise by Mosquito Josh to ace queen off.
Let's take a look at the net earnings. All right, so Jay wins up 5.7 in a 2-5 game, mind you. It's a 2-5 game. Where in Vegas you can only buy in for 500. So he's up 5.7. Josh is up there at 2.6.
Yeah,
Lucky Buddha is down 5K. Welcome to TCH.
And then 675 on the floor.
I know he's making the rounds on some of the local streams, so got to keep fighting. And look at this. We got someone has a pair of aces. Josh does. Bobby picks up the flush draw to go with his pair of threes. Could be a spicy river because I think both men are going to continue to bet and call at least at $100. That's a reasonable price for Bobby to continue.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. He picked up additional equity with that flush draw.
Good where you can get it.
I can't tell if, oh no, he just reloaded on C9. And there's the 6 for 2 pair, very disguised. Let's see
Just
what
getting some
happens. 'Cause
coolers here tonight.
check this to Josh, and he will lead out.
Yeah, he's trying to think value, but I think he's going to
Oh,
check.
he does check. Good check, Josh.
Oh, we got there in the river.
He's going to be...
Don't you dare berate him, Josh. I've seen you play much more.
To think I was feeling frisky with 4 deuce on that.
Yeah, you joshed me.
And I'd love to see this line graph real quick for J-Win and see exactly where we're standing. How do I do that?
I've never used that one. Oh, there it is.
So if I bring this up, and bear with me, everybody, first time working the equipment, we should see the progression over the 60-plus hands that we've played. So very consistent. You see some of the pots where he's lost are very minimal comparatively, and he's doing very well tonight. So congrats on 10K followers, J-Win. And keep up the action. We love it.
There we go. There we go.
It's that New York egg thing that everyone keeps jumping off of.
I was like, the New York egg thing.
Haven't you ever heard about that thing? They had to close it up.
My wife wants to know who's that.
It's in the new Hudson Yards section of some architectural building. It looks awesome. I'm on one
Backdoor flush draw for
but
J-Win.
it has like
Backdoor
stairs
straight
that
draw
wind
for
up
J-Win.
like that.
Got 2 backdoor straight draws.
Trying to make anything work.
Jumping off.
So something like a
Suicide or-
4 or 5 of
Oh, yeah, sorry, I
spades,
should have
10
specified.
or down.
I hadn't heard about that, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Damage, you want another pot?
Yeah. Better mount hunting stack so that I can build that.
Build it. I'll take it. He just did one last time.
I did one with one green row coming out too. That one was kind of cool.
I don't see the double shuttle on from Helio.
Take like a grand of these greens and down.
I don't think you can do that.
6 raise 40. Like color her down.
Let me see how many points I have. I think I have 2.
Let's see what we have here. Aaron flops top pair with Jack Kicker. J-Win flops a gutter. He's gonna donk lead out for $60. Definitely gonna be called by Aaron.
For that miracle 6.
The turn we get that 3 of clubs. Doesn't help anyone. See if J-Win wants to continue the story. He is going to lead out again, this time for, looks like 180.
He's going full.
So almost full pot. And we'll see how Aaron now is feeling with his 9-jack.
Aaron's going through what hand?
He's in the blender thinking about what could he be doing this with, what combinations of draws. He is going to at least smell this one out and make a call, and we're going to see a river. 6 of clubs comes, giving J-Win the straight.
The flush did get there.
The man
They
is
were
running
almost
like
called for that,
this.
but
Get out the way.
we're going to learn how to value.
What do you think he goes right here?
200, 225.
I like that. I like a downsized bet, especially when it's as disguised as his was. He's been leading the betting ever since the flop.
Remember, he bet big earlier when he had it.
That is true. He does
So-
bet about 275, so you were pretty spot on with the sizing we're looking at.
Yeah, I think Aaron's going to have to pay top pair, decent kicker.
I mean, the clubs did get there too. I mean, what is this? It's a 4-to-1 bet, so he's only really got to be right.
Yeah, I mean, 1 out of 4. So,
Yeah.
and he is going to be right. 1 out of 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think
so-
it's the right play to not get exposed later on. But I don't think you like it. And you can see he's having a conversation with him.
275 to win 850. This is a nice fold. I think most players call that.
Yeah, it's
for
a good
sure.
fold. Good fold. It might be just based on the opponent and how much those two have definitely played together. They know each other's tendencies. He sees. Jaywin's most likely not bluffing at that size as often. He's going to size up, if that's the case, to a really big size and make you really have to think about, do you want to put in.
Yeah, and all the draws got there, the straight, the
Yep.
flush.
Yep.
So,
So Optimize going to put out that double straddle.
so my chat is faster than what I see over there. So I'm going to reference my phone for the chat.
And Lucky Buddha's going to wake up with a pair of pocket tens.
Are we behind? Hey, chat, let us know if we're behind the live stream.
Oh, what do people have in there? King 7, right? No, there's King 9. Huh. That's Padawan. And it's going to fold around. Lucky Buddha's going to take that one down.
Let us know if we're right on as far as the commentary goes. I'm just looking at 2 different.
I mean, I would assume our commentary is still on the right hand. It might just be that.
Yeah, something's okay. This has happened once before.
The hamsters are always trying to play games.
Yeah, this is the head.
Okay, good.
This is the head, but the chat is ahead. of
Chat's
this.
ahead, but
This is
the
ahead of
game's
that.
ahead of this.
So these two are way far apart.
But our sound is coming out on the right hands, right?
so,
Okay.
yes. They would have told us. They would have told us in the chat for sure.
So a couple small pocket pairs here. We see Lucky Buddha open up or call the $40 raise from Chris with his ducks. Chris has the 7s, and
earlier
Josh
we
is
did
going to
see
come around
Jay
with
hit a
Jack
set
8.
with those 2s. So
How many sets has he hit? The queens twice and the
twice
twos?
and the deuces that I can remember. He's
Yeah.
had aces. He's had kings.
Yep. Ooh, Ragnar, you're making me hungry. Yeah, just talking about shrimp like that. I know they're pets, but still. Another king on the turn. Kings and
Is it
7s
my
are still
imagination,
best.
or is Josh's red stack getting windier and higher? I never see him work on the stack, but every time they pans to him, it's bigger.
Lucky Buddha's going to get away. Looks like Chris going to take it down with a small bet on the turn and on to hand number 67. We have about 40 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen, so please thank you for sticking with us. Love to continue having us as we talk through this great poker. If you have any questions for myself or Dante, please let us know in the chat and we'll try and get to them. Otherwise, we just appreciate having a good time with all of you and enjoying a Thursday night.
Not to Jay, and he took it out on me.
He gets the free dinner and fucks us up.
Are you more likely to call if I use your size?
What, on the river there?
Yeah.
No, I just can't call.
We have a double straddle on again. Looks like Bobby's going to raise it up with an ace-9 suited.
Either the flush or the straight.
Jack of clubs, like, is the only
Gets a
way I can
call
take
by
it.
Rogelio, who's sitting with the pocket J wins.
Clubs, I still hate, but it's the only combo that I can.
Josh's going to come along with his suited connectors. Not right next door, but hoping to spike one on this flop.
Your entire range?
Well, not my entire range. I have all of another hands, like two pair plus hands. to all
Flop comes 8 deuce 10.
Yeah, but two pair plus is not very many hands.
Couple of clubs, nothing for Rogelio to be worried about, so he'll lead out for 75. Get a call by Josh with the middle pair of 8s.
Yeah, he's never going anywhere when he gets there. Oh, Rogelio's just running into it.
Oh, I didn't even
Nice.
see.
Just
Another
running
8
into
just
it,
came
so-
down.
Just gonna smooth
And
call
Josh going to
this.
smooth call.
Laying the trap, putting the weeds over the wall. He's just,
A 3 to flush out there.
let's
Yeah,
see a
so
raise. Oh, he doesn't raise.
did he just snap it off because of the
Yeah.
clubs?
That could be it, but you can't really, yeah. A little surprising that, but he'll take the pot, and Rogelio's just like, it's just not my night tonight.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to eat your shrimps, Ragnar, but
They were suited hearts.
yeah, I mean, when you have
do it.
someone like that,
You gotta do it.
it's dinner time
He's
around
running
here.
really hot. Jaywin is on fire. Is Atamai still playing? Is he on the table? I haven't seen him in a while.
I think I see him looking at his phone,
We got to get that man some cards.
but his stack is it's begging to be played.
Yeah, it doesn't have a hand there. I can tell by. I like Chris's hand, 7-5, but he elects not to play the one gapper there.
Queen 7 suited for Aaron in the
Good
straddle
enough
spot.
to raise. He really plays his position well.
He's gonna raise it up to 75. Josh just folded, or no, he called. Action Tracker didn't capture it, but he's got 9-10 suited, and everybody loves. We're gonna go 3 ways to the flop.
We have, not sure what's going on here, but Jesse, our fine dealer, has stopped momentarily. If there must be a question or something. We do see Kevin looking around for the floor. All right, Jaywin does pick the second nut flush out there, and he hits it. He spikes it. Either the board did pair. He's probably going to try to get some value out of any 9, which
Well,
Josh does have.
Aaron hit a queen on that river.
Oh, that's right.
See if
You're
he
right.
can get away with it. The 7's not the strongest of kickers.
Both Josh and Aaron are just going to check it down. They both have some nice showdown value. Jaywood's not going to be checking here, but I don't expect a big bet out of it.
Nah, looks to be maybe 100.
Yeah, I think 100 is a great sizing. I'd even
80.
go a little less there because his opponents didn't show like he had anything. Now that Aaron called, Josh cannot call. He knows his 9 is no good here.
And Jaywin just knows the table. Again, value bets it to perfection.
I mean,
Run like Jay-Win.
usually most poker clubs or casinos, they're going to have 1 to 5 games on the minimum.
Yeah.
And then the rest.
When you hide, you hide.
I was surprised.
Again, just begging for my time to see another double board bomb pot. Should be in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Oh,
We haven't had a really
look at that. That's me looking into the past and figuring it out.
It's we haven't really seen an action. We've seen the 1 all in, but it was a chop pot where they basically just chopped $100 up.
So you had literally right now, it's not because you have loads of people off in Vegas, you have a whole bunch of people that were just here for 5 weeks for LCS, and then they were like, they either went to Vegas or they went back home.
And I know it's not as heavily populated here as it is like in Philadelphia area or in New York.
New dealer into the box.
Yeah.
There's like 52 pro stores at the Red Star place. It's like, these kids don't have 5. How do you have a 10?
Drunk yet, Kevin?
I'm sorry?
You drunk yet?
Let's take a look at the VPIP here. And we'll show everybody and see what we've got going. Josh, as usual, leads the way with 50%. Helio's right behind him. Jay-Win has actually picked up a little bit in the pots that he's played. Optimize, really flirting with that Lottie line there.
Just for the people at home, the Lottie line, named after our own William Lottie, the New York Knit. That's what, 20?
15%.
It's 15%. Okay.
They did it with Apollo.
If you're playing 15%, that typically means you're pretty snug. Although it's hard to really just justify that over 1 session because you could just be card dead. But that's typically what you look at is above that 15%, which everybody is above that 15%.
And here we go. Josh looks like he has just flopped
Optimized
3
4.
4s up top. And nothing on the bottom, it looks like.
Yeah, middle set's usually not.
You're not
holdings.
extremely happy. You want to see where the action's going.
There's
So
nothing on the bottom. So I don't expect him to bet this. I'm wrong.
Oh, and there
He's
he
like,
comes.
I got your
Just to-
expectations right here.
Yeah, you can shove that up. We got, let's see. We got trips, jacks for Chris. Actually, no, we got a boat. Jacks full of 7s for Chris. We got pocket aces for Bobby and a pair of, nope, the aces are going to play on both boards.
And so his jack will play on both boards as well. So
Joe's absolutely confused to no end.
All right, 3 for 6.
Spades on the top, 8 of hearts on the bottom. That brings in the heart draw on the bottom board, which would be no good, of course, with the boat for Chris.
Bobby's still in
Even
there
though
with
Bobby did pick it up,
he has the flush draw. On the
he
top
does have the flush draw.
with aces on both boards. So
And it looks like Chris has also picked up a gutter on the top, as has Bobby.
yeah,
So Josh, again, that's why those middle sets, middle trips are not always the best early on. You gotta fade it on the river. 3 comes out.
so we have both
He has fours full of 3s. And we got jacks full of 7s, but that heart did cut, or no, it did not. That's the king of diamonds.
Bobby's going to get out of the way here.
Should
Josh
be able to.
And Josh really likes that 3 versus a jack or a king on the river. It makes his boat a little bit more appealing.
Yeah, he doesn't have to worry about the jack though, because the 2 jacks on the bottom board. So he's only worried about the pocket kings.
Hello, Mr. Harless. Good to see you in the chat. Thank you for joining us.
And there's Chris shoving on top, going all in with his jacks full. And again, with Josh, he's looking very strong up top. The 2 jacks on the bottom board and the 1 king on the bottom board make only 1 pair of kings available out there. So he's feeling really good and just hoping everybody piles it in here.
Yeah, Chris has no worries. The king, I mean, yeah, pocket kings is someone could have, but
hasn't folded just yet, Bobby. And see, here's the thing. I mean, these pots are just so big at this point. I mean, you're looking at 3,000, and Josh's gonna call. They'll chop it up.
I don't have both kings.
And move
I
on
got
to the
jack
next
7
one.
down the bottom.
Jack's full bottom, and 4 is full 3, so.
yeah, it's always a chop. That's why it's so important to keep that third person
Sounds
in.
like a man who has gotten burned by these rivers.
I was like, if
No,
you,
I
if,
had-
That's how you know you play
on that
PokerGo.
king
He's
on the
super
river, I was
cautious
like,
with
if
the
he's
river.
got the other 2 kings, then
Ace,
fuck it, I'm
ace,
going
7,
home.
six.
I mean, I had 4
Double suited.
Double suited.
Yeah.
To the club.
And it's like
Josh
the, you know, like everything
his
else.
poker philosophy right
Yeah,
now.
and I said
Penny
the same.
two?
I was like, I've got jack 7. I'm like, if he gets king
So there's
king,
no
then
point to bloat the. I mean, normally I would just bomb it. But
Literally
there's
the
no
only
point
thing
if someone has a
either.
jack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have Jack 8, Jack 7, Jack King. Once in a while you have a King King. That's really
Technically, if you're smart, you'll know
that's
about,
what I was
about
thinking. I was
blockers.
like,
You
if
would
he
say, oh,
showed,
there's only 1 jack available. But you know, someone's had it.
he showed
Thank you, Always Bet on Black, for the $2. I appreciate it. Yes, Jaywin is having a great night, playing really well. And he's flopping some hands too.
I did only ask for half of the bomb
Resets.
pot. I got
The
the half of
twos
the
and
bomb
queens
pot.
twice.
He's played extremely well with his bet sizing this evening. Really picked his spots well. Has had a couple bluffs. Been very hot on some of the bigger pots that he's been in. When it feels like that and your son running, it's a very good feeling.
I was like, I flopped it down the bottom, so I was like, I had no inclination on
And I flop middle set when the other 2 jacks are on the other one, so I know my set.
You watch the stream pretty regularly?
Yeah, and that's what I was like. My
Yes, I
bottom
watch
was
every stream.
blocked.
Yeah. So, have you noticed not as many of the games we used to play, whether it was, I think we played the 9-3 of hearts game at one point, the bounty
The
we
prop
played.
bet stuff.
Yeah, the red blackboard 7 deuce game. I haven't seen 7 deuce played in a
They
very
haven't played
long
in a long
time.
time because typically,
You have to have unanimous consent.
yeah, that's the thing, right? Some players will say no, and that's their right, not to do that. But you'll see more of those prop games in the bigger games, the 5-10 games. They'll do it every now and then.
And this is an interesting flop. We got
Nut
aces and
flush.
8s for Josh, 2 pair. Nut flush draw for Bobby with the 2 spades in his hand.
Nothing for Jaywin. You probably just let this go for sure.
Yeah, we're down to heads up, but could have some action on this turn.
Equity is close here, 60-40. Like a non-spade jack would make this even more interesting. That gives him a few more outs.
Or 10.
10,
yeah. Just give him a little bit of a straight equity.
So Bobby let out.
Bobby let out.
Re-raised.
Josh re-raised and Bobby called.
You just never know until literally like every card's out.
5 of clubs doesn't change anything.
I had 100% here, like 80% here. and I couldn't
Bobby's
get
in a tough
ahead
spot
of
here.
this
He knows Josh has something, probably a big ace or some sort of ace.
Crazy game.
Well, that's why I find it fun now that they're running like double board bottom pot tournaments.
Bobby's really trying to rep a better ace, but Josh has top 2, so.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when I make a bet like this, it's also to control the pot. Try and just take it away if Josh is going to be deferring a lot of his options. Hopefully we'll see what happens here. Josh is good enough where he should be betting here unless a spade comes.
I mean, Josh could also have a worse flush with an 8.
That's true.
Like, I love Raz and I love 08. Like, those are 2 of my favorites.
And there's the spade.
So it's like,
let's see how many chips go in. Josh is going to check, as he should, with the final spade coming down.
Well, I think Josh calls most bet sizing here, right?
I think
he's not going to be. I mean, he's concerned about the flush, but I think he calls $500-$600. But I think he's going to make it more than that. Or at least he should.
Small bet. It is very small bet for the size of this pot. About $575, it looks like.
And Josh can't get away. He's got top 2, although the board got, the flush got
6-7.
there, the straight got there even.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not that you're really playing a 7-9.
I think he's gonna begrudgingly flick in a chip. There, yep, there's the call. Bobby's gonna take this one down. Good catch, Bobby.
Yeah, there's no way that he's going to
That was my best King of the Hill. Good catch, Bobby.
I've never seen that, Joe.
No? I actually, for some reason, I think I heard a rumor they're going to try and bring it back or something like that. Maybe I'm just talking out of my backside. Happens a lot, especially at the poker table.
That's a cartoon, right?
Yeah. It's an old cartoon, and as someone who's not from Texas, that was how I first thought about Texas. Very, very stereotypical.
All those hands are right in his range anyways.
Nice hand there. Very.
Can we get the hamsters in here to take this person out?
I just did.
Okay, cool.
But they just didn't use your
Probably a bot one, I think.
Yeah. Apologize for the spam, guys. I'm doing my best to delete it, but just keep coming back.
Jai, Coulter, you said you have to change the propane. Are we grilling tonight? We cooking something up on the Barbie?
He wakes up with Queen 10 in the straddle. I really like that hand. It's going to look like a squeeze when he raises it, if he raises it. Rogelio just wants to play poker. Coming in, he's calling the 20 here, 7-5 off. He's probably going to get raised at some point. Looks like Jaywood's in the hand, but I don't see his cards.
Yeah, it looks like he is in there with ace-4 off.
Guarantee if that was suited, that would have been a raise. Big raise.
Yeah, definitely a squeeze
Yeah.
at least. You got a
This is very interesting, right?
rainbow flop.
We have a
pair
gutter
of
by Rogelio on
deuces.
top here.
He's got 4s. Rogelio's got 7s. Looking at this equity, it's pretty wide open. You got 30, 20, 15, 38.
Bobby's got some backdoor flush and 2 overs to the board.
And Rogelio with top pair is going to lead out for 55. Get called by Jay Wynn with the 4s.
7-8 fold.
No, that's definitely a funky chip tower that he's created. You know, it's very fun for a poker player to kind of kill the time with either the shuffle or anything really quickly. That's the 2 pair for Jay-Win. When you're running, you're running. Let's see if he can entice another bet, or he's most likely going to lead out right here. So the sizing will be interesting. Maybe another one of about 75, 80 like he did, or is this a player in Rogelio where he knows he can size up?
I would probably, because the pot is so small, I mean, there's really not a lot to fight for there, so something around the 125. Yeah, so he bets 150. I mean, there's not much right there for the flush got there, but you can't be really afraid of a backdoor draw getting there.
Yeah, the diamonds did get there, but again, you know, you're not really seeing that.
Catholic church service over here at the stream. It's like, we all just stopped talking like a minute ago. It's like we've been talking the whole time.
We're on at 10, 9 fold.
Put up the net earnings. Let's see what we got so far.
So I'll do that right after this hand. I also want to put up the stack sizes. Not as frequently as we used to, but just to show where everyone is. I know Jay Wood's got a monster stack. See if anyone's added on to try and keep up or get into some very spicy situations. And Kevin wakes up with number 1s. Optimize has a potential aces cracker if he wanted to, and he does raise to 50. That could just be due to the fact he hasn't played too much. But again, great cards against the aces. Kevin will raise it up to 200.
And we're winding down here the last 25 minutes, so.
And Josh is going to call with the 7, or no. Yeah, he is going to call with the 7-8 off. So we're going 3 ways to the flop. Kevin's trying to avoid.
He raised it. It looks like a squeeze play too because he has the button.
I'm very confused now.
So he raises it to 200.
Correct.
And
and then optimized folded, and Josh didn't call yet. Gotcha.
Josh is going to call.
They just pulled the money in.
Oh, he did call. Okay, now we're all caught up.
Look at Josh. He's ready to fold already. There's the ace. He's already positioned the cards as if he's ready.
Kevin just smashes this flop.
And again, these two players know each other, so they have an understanding.
He even has the
yeah,
ace
see, I mean, before he even got the bet out there, those cards were in the muck.
I had 0 inclination on it, a single jack holding.
Does anybody out in the chat have any funky things they do on the table, whether it's, you know, building a special formation of your chip stack, doing something crazy and doing a tower, maybe, you know, a specific number of chips that you're shuffling, just little ticks or things that you do. What about you, Dante? Anything come to mind? I'm a shuffler for the most part.
I shuffle 100% of the time.
Yeah, I mean it's an OCD type of tick for me, where I'm at the table, I have to, and that's one of the things I love walking into poker rooms. Anytime you do, just when you just all you can hear is the click clacks.
I've gotten pretty good at it now. I can do it with both hands. Shuffle.
Okay.
Not as great. I'm left-handed, so not as great with my right hand, but still I can shuffle with both hands.
And Optimize finally waking up with a really strong hand, although he did raise it up very high for pre-flop to 110. See if he gets any takers.
I don't see anybody calling.
It's about a little over 5x, especially from someone who's been fairly tight all night. But Rogelio's, you know, he's got 2 cards. He's going to come. 7, 8, 9. That's going to be.
I think that hits him.
Yeah. Oh, and Rogelio goes all in. He just shoves it for his final 290. So it's not a huge amount. I don't know if Optimize can get away for such a. He can easily get away. He's a good enough player, but it's 300 to him, and he's been so down today.
He knows that flop hits him. Hits
and yeah, there's the flick. Looking for an ace. Yep.
That's it.
Good luck, guys.
And there's the straight. That's over.
He's just really running into it tonight.
Yeah, there's some of those nights where it just hits you like a ton of bricks. Nothing you could do there. And again, ace king. That hand's playing the way it played out.
That's why I said.
Well, I can see from Blake's point of view, Optimize's point of view, that he raised big, like you said earlier, over 5x. So Rogelio's calling with something better than what he had. Queen jack, queen something around those ranges. And so that flop could have missed him too. So
You made more money on the 5-8
in that aspect. So Rogelio's probably going to jam no matter what the flop was.
The size of their stacks just as much. Where we are in the stream time, I think you need to take all of those into consideration. Just sometimes you're running into it, but it would have made the exact same call. Hello, Jazzbo Pilot of Chatsville, MVC.
Absolutely.
Matt? Okay. Love the name.
We got a straddle on. I think we have Optimize wakes up with another premium here. It's going to raise that. Not deterred by the last hand. Raised to 40, and he gets re-raised by Queen 3.
And he has a little sly smile on his face, says, "Are you really going to do this to me?"
And he just calls there.
King 3
All
6.
diamonds.
All single diamonds, single suits.
Somebody
and
has
Josh
a diamond.
has the queen of diamonds.
Second nuts right now in that draw.
And optimized folds.
Really, really good play.
After this session, I can see Optimize taking a break from poker full.
Thank you.
I just need to take a couple weeks off.
One of the few things in life where I say I'm taking a break and then I actually do. It is only a break. I'm coming back to the table anytime.
I mean,
just until that memory fades a little bit
it
of
stings,
getting
like,
sucked out.
when you have a bad session, when you lose, sometimes you think I'm the worst poker player. I can't believe that. Why, you know, so that usually fades after a day or two.
It's like golf.
Well, if I used to play golf.
Yeah, I mean, golf is the most frustrating sport in the world. It's you against the game, and the game's always going to win.
I was I should be a pro golfer. How much golf I played in my life, but I'm like the worst player. I can hit it when I was younger. I could hit it 300 yards every time, but I had no short game.
Did you ever get to play in Hawaii?
No, I never got to play in Hawaii.
Okay.
But I lived in Palm Springs for about 10 years.
Okay, in the
after
summertime,
school.
would you do the thing where it's like a set amount and you can play unlimited golf for
like $10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although,
It was miserable.
for everyone in the chat that doesn't know, Palm Springs is the desert in California. So when it gets into the 100-plus triple-digit degree days, they do deals where basically you play unlimited golf for a fixed fee.
And they have more golf courses per capita than anywhere else in the United States.
Is that right?
When
I
lived
thought it was Myrtle Beach that had
no,
that.
When I lived there were 137 golf courses. And just in Palm Springs area, the Coachella Valley.
Yeah.
I used to work for a golf company back in the day.
Really?
Well, I worked for Westinghouse, who managed the Skins game. I don't know if you've heard of the Skins game.
I haven't heard of that, but I mean, I know the game.
Yeah, the Skins game, you know, 4 players play skins on each hole. And I worked for a marketing company right out of college.
Okay.
That managed that, so.
And here we have Lucky Buddha picking up a flush draw, and Bobby with just king high. Buddha's going to lead out on this board. See how much. It looks like about 140.
That's just funny. Is that the reader? No, it's not a king. It's a 3. Really? Could have fooled me.
Bobby's not calling here. He's just saving face a little bit. I mean, there's nothing. He has no draws.
There's one stream, the Deuce 7 game wasn't on, mind you. And
Yeah, he's just making the newcomer squirm a little bit. And then he's going to fold.
I tried to get him off.
Hey, Polk. Can I will show you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
It'll be on stream. We can watch it. It's no secret. I can pull up my phone in 10 minutes.
Showing the hand.
Show one, show all, right?
I guess.
Yeah, show one, show all.
Oh, you can walk away from the table. You can log in and
Is
watch
that the case that someone pays you for it too?
You can't do
If I
that.
say I'll pay you 10. Okay.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't think they split.
Why does Rogelio get information?
It's highly discouraged, which is why they don't put
Because he
it on
paid for it.
So why does he pay for
No,
it?
you can't physically stop.
If he threw a chip over,
I prefer to get back in the hotel so I can watch it all.
I actually personally don't care, but that
They
is
used to, the law used to do the 5 months.
that's the rule.
And then people were
Almost anywhere.
a little too close together for it, so then they stopped running it on the TVs as well. And then I think even Hustler used to have it up on theirs, and people were like, yeah, if you can
They don't
get
even let
that.
your phones on page.
No.
Especially live stream where there's a lot of unknowns. Table limit is so important. You should
Yeah.
And then you see everybody's next up.
no real takers this hand so far. Folding around to seat
Let me
number
see, if I
1.
take for the next 30 minutes, I can see the 2 cards that Josh has right now. So hold on, let me just sit back.
I used to stream, well, I haven't done it recently, but when I play Poker Stars online, I stream sometimes on Twitch.
Yep.
And my buddy said, you know, it's just the same people. You can tell when someone's like, I didn't have my delay longer. And that's when your viewers go up, but they know, and they can tank. If your delay is a lot longer, they can tank enough to see your hand, you know. You're not careful. You have to put up like a 6-minute delay.
No.
We have about
I
6 or
do
7 more
real
hands
time
here
on it, and all I do
to
is
go.
Then I just click the button, take the
going
card
on
protector off,
Probably
here,
not
put
with
my
this
cards off, click it back on.
Well, Rogelio just limp called the straddle. He was the first limp pot we came
When it
to
gets
all
to a
night.
point where, like, you know, either like, hey, I'm calling this river or whatever, I'm like, hey, here's what my hand is. and people, you know,
And
people
both
enjoy
players
it.
get
They
there.
enjoy they also enjoy the live like interaction because it's so hard. Like Josh
Very
comments
interesting.
in
Let's
chat.
see what
5 minutes later,
Optimize
I
does.
see
He's gonna
Josh's
bet out 50, bet out 2/3 pot.
Or Josh. Like,
Helio's
"Hey,
gonna
can you
call
go
him
that
off.
Which hand? That was like 5 minutes ago. I played like 18 hands.
the river
since
we
then.
go.
I don't know which one you're talking about. So I just enjoy the like real-time interaction.
Two calls.
You can see Optimizer win this one time. Oh, he has 2 pair. Is that right?
He does have queen 4. The board is reading incorrectly, so Optimize does have 2 pair. Looks like the queen 9 did not have anything else, so if all plays out, Optimize should take this down. He bets 100 and gets a quick fold, it looks like.
Yeah, when that ace came, that really just killed any action he really had. He had second pair to turn.
So apologies for that, everybody, that the board misread there, but Optimize did flop a pair of 4s and turn the 2 pair.
Hey, question for the chat. Is there going to be a meetup game sometime? I know last week we were talking about it, so I'll be very interested. Although I'll be gone for the next 2 weeks. But just thought I'd throw it out there.
Support stuff and everything, so he does a phenomenally good job. So the best thing that Phil ever did as the ECR was.
I do like the fact that Optimized bet there. He wasn't really afraid of the diamonds.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I know, like, Rogelio, if he hits the diamond, he's going to lead out there. He had Optimize was in position, so.
Yeah, that's true.
So what do we have here? We have Josh with a king-queen off in the straddle. Rogelio's going to come with the suited dirty diaper.
Little slick.
Little slick. Alrighty. Josh is going to bump it up. Price of poker just went up, boys.
Doesn't happen very often from a straddle.
3 ways.
So we do have a meetup game with Chatsville here, 7:31. So I can actually be here for that. It's at 1 o'clock. It's in Dallas.
It's in Dallas, okay. Have you been to the Dallas room?
I played on the stream a couple times.
Okay.
I played there several times.
Yes, you had mentioned that. Yeah, it's an interesting spot.
It's a lot different than here.
No real drinks at the table. Wasn't as.
I literally thought at first when you were like, oh,
it was nice.
It's a very nice poker room.
There's a ton of action to be had there, more so than here.
Yeah.
If that's really hard.
They have some very big games out in Dallas
yeah,
too. Like
so
and if you've seen that room, it gets filled multiple days throughout the week. Dallas is just a much bigger market, I think, for poker.
It is, and so obviously it's just the surrounding metropolitan area is just huge. And I just, I played the stream, and I did win, but I was called all kinds of names for being a nit. Because that was probably my biggest, at the time, was definitely my biggest game that I ever bought into.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Good Lord, if he gets queens again.
Every time I've gone, there's 20 plus tables.
Oh yeah, but not a lot of 2-5s. I think I saw a lot of 1-2s, 1-3s.
I saw a lot of 2-5s. I saw at least 4 or 5 2-5s.
Okay.
And this is all last year, before Christmas, like October. So.
And we're on hand number 78. Kevin gets ace king, big slick in the straddle. Aaron's going to raise it up to 35, opening with his queen 5 suited.
Kevin's going to have to raise this. He doesn't have position, so.
What do you raise it to? 150?
You want to make it bigger. 150 is good, but you want to make it big, whatever that means to you. 150 to 175.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this 3 ways. You're in the straddle. It looks like a squeeze. He gets up to 160 right here. He has 2 players, and Aaron, who strong player, and then we have Josh.
I will almost certainly make it because I like to meet you guys. So, yes, everybody knows I'm diabetic. But I'm doing a lot better now.
But Kevin is going to take it down after Josh folds the ace-10 off.
And that's what you want to do with ace-king because, I mean, you don't want to. I mean, it's tough, right? You want to get action from your premium hands, but you're out of position. It's nice just to take the pot down there now because, as we've seen,
That'll be the
a lot of
year
ace kings
where,
miss the
like,
flop.
Josh is the tight player over there, really making those disciplined laydowns.
He's calling the 5/8 laying down ace 10.
I appreciate that about
Right,
the
and right both
sugar-free
times.
cake. I'll definitely let you guys know next time I'm on the stream. Like I said, I won't be here next Thursday, but I'm hoping to be back by then. So I'll either let you know in the chat or I'll be commentating, one or the other.
You can make jokes about it, but I feel like I would
And
still
we have
get
about 4 more hands, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like Jay wins in the straddle with 6-4 suited.
The straddles waked up with some reasonable hands.
Not bad for
today,
squeeze.
so-
For squeeze. Oh, Josh wakes up with the Cowboys.
It's probably unfair that Josh has Cowboys given his image
I just find it hilarious.
because he's going to get raised here, right?
Although he didn't raise it too significant.
He's
He
inviting
really
a 4-bet.
put it to
or
30.
3-bet. Nobody's
He's
going to
get
get
a
him.
lot
Oh,
of
he made a
callers.
mistake.
A lot of callers.
like, yo, I'm doing it just for fun. But as I start playing, I get.
Oh, and there's the straight for Jay-Win. 6-4
Wow.
spades.
When you're running, and
Oh man, and he's got the draw to the flush if it comes in, but it's so disguised.
Kevin can even call this 50 because he's got a pair, right?
And I think, let me look at this real quick. Oh, we never actually did that. So next hand, I'll do
He's
that,
gonna
ladies and gentlemen.
raise this just because he wants protection with the hearts.
Yeah, and
He's
I mean,
gonna make it big too, knowing Josh. So he's gonna make it in the 200s. I would think.
potential for fireworks. They're 2 of the bigger stacks. Josh gotta hope that king doesn't fall
So it
unless
makes
the
it
board pairs.
175.
To critique ourselves, because we're like, all right, what am I doing wrong? What am I improve?
Josh is drawing pretty thin here. We probably need a heart or the board to pair. Would be his. Oh,
Okay, the
that's
board
one,
pairs.
That's one.
Okay.
Jalen's really not going to be scared of this. He's going to look to get some value now. Probably, he's going to bet up a little bit, I think. That looks actually smaller. 275.
DLO, I don't really study.
He's thinking around 325, but that's about the same.
Set $1 and
And obviously, Josh is not going anywhere.
Jane Ondes, you know who he is. I was in his Discord. You know, I didn't pay for anything. I tried to give him free stuff if I could.
This pot's already ballooned up to $1,000. We haven't really seen any big bets yet.
There's a 4 of hearts.
So
Nothing. Maybe,
Jalen's not gonna
maybe
like
Josh
that.
can get away though. 4 to the straight. There's pair on the board. Depends on the sizing here by
Yeah.
Jay-Win. I'd love to see something on the smaller side. I think Josh calls a
I
smaller
would say
bet.
450, something like that.
Yeah.
The only thing is that Josh, like we talked about with those aces, Josh, it's just one pair, right? So actually, he's got 2 pair.
There's so many, like,
Yeah.
And
The
Jay-Win
board's just
checks
too
back.
connected there. So
And when
that
you're
pot
running,
should
you're
have
running.
been bigger than it was. I would have thought.
Okay, so really quickly going to bring up the player stack sizes. We see again, Jay-Win is the big stack today. I'll get this. Looking at the net earnings. Ultimately, we see again, Jay-Win's the big winner tonight so far with about 6.3K. And then we have Bobby, Josh, Kevin, all seeing profit, and the rest of the team is still trying to make up.
And as we all know, this game continued. It's actually even juicier after the stream.
Way juicier.
So
yeah, once you're off screen, I guess people aren't as cautious about playing open and wide.
We do have some players who just came for the stream, which is great. So when they leave, some of the other players will migrate over to this stream. I personally love the table, playing on the table.
I mean, they'll probably turn this into a 5-5.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it becomes a must move to that main game, and I don't think anyone here, except a couple players, really would want to sit down at such a large one. But hand number 80, so 3 left, ladies and gentlemen. We have Chris with an ace-queen offsuit.
And we typically end with a bomb pot.
We do. So Lucky Buddha opening up with a beautiful hand, in my opinion, with the 6-8 suited. Rogelio's going to set line with his ducks.
A lot of sets tonight. Mostly
Why
by
not
Jay
one
Win.
more? Why not one more? Give it to him.
Ace, ace, two,
especially with the night. Like,
ace, eight,
give
two,
Rogelio
ace, deuce.
with 2 diamonds.
With 2 diamonds, if that's possible.
There's 2 diamonds.
There's 2 diamonds.
And do we have a 6-8 in
We
there
have an
too?
ace queen.
So he's got a straight. He's got a combo draw for Lucky Buddha. I love this.
He's
I love
not
this
going
hand.
anywhere. I think he actually has
Versus
better
top,
equity with top
versus
pair,
top pair
chicken.
by Chris. I'll take Buddha's hand all day. Six of diamonds
6-8,
gives him a pair now. At least he has a little bit more equity. Small bet of 65 coming from Chris. More of a pro bet. See if he's going to get raised or if it gets
where I
through.
would raise this up.
If I'm Buddha, I'm raising it up
Because
right
if
here.
you
You have
hit it,
so
you're
much.
not
You had
getting
so
paid,
much
right?
equity with the combo.
And if you hit on the river, you're not getting paid.
Mm-hmm. But again, he gets 3. There's 2 callers there, so pot is growing. Currently at 432. There's the 7. So that means the queen is going to win if everybody stays in his hand.
Yeah, Lucky's gonna have to just let this go.
He
I
does.
think raising it on the turn, he gets Chris off the queen, maybe.
Oh, and Rogelio's going to call and try and see if his 2s are good, but they are not. And Chris is going to take down another pot.
Thank you.
So I saw the look he gave.
Looks like this is our second to last hand, so this will be our last hold'em hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Ryan's course, or
I think sometimes better not to speak on things.
The gentleman.
I just, you know, everybody has different
That card flashed.
you know, things that they like. I mean, I've looked around on Elite Poker Coaching and Ben CV's Raise Your Edge and all that.
Okay, I was
And
gonna raise
Optimize
this
is going to
up.
open it.
Josh is definitely. He might even 3-bet this.
Those might also
He
be
likes
not
just to call. He is in position.
No, he raised it.
Oh,
He
he
raised
did
it
raise
up
it?
to
Okay.
75 from Optimize, raised it to 35, or open to
In
35.
terms of like those study tools and elements.
Facing a 3-bet, everybody folds, and of course,
There's a call by Optimize, and we're going to a flop 2
But it also
ways.
depends for who. Like, I mean, that's also
Heads
pretty,
up.
like important. Like when you are
Ace-9, queen, solo suit, all diamonds, and
Oh,
Josh has
the
the
nut,
draw to
flush
the
draw.
nutters.
Yep.
We do have an ace for Optimize.
say they would, yeah, they are
This could
really
be
above
very
or
interesting
whatever,
for the last hold'em hand.
and then they're not.
Yeah.
I like to see Optimize
If
raise
they
this.
would market this up for, like course for
call,
beginners, I would
so.
be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Not that he could have got Josh off this particular
Where
hand.
he was like, hey, this is, you know, a beginning
It's interesting.
strategy guide on like,
Gives
hey,
Josh
how to
the
improve your
The winning
2
hand.
pair.
With
Gives
now
Optimize the
straight draw.
straight draw, but Josh also has the redraw to the diamond, so he's going to bet 150, it looks like.
But it was like I wasn't to the point where like I could soak in. 'Cause I mean, Ben's phenomenal as a player.
Yeah, but you know that not.
I actually
these,
think Optimize can
a lot of
get away
these,
from this. I mean,
how do you say, these study programs
No,
are
he's
not
not,
actually
but-
made by the person who's promoting them.
Yeah.
So let's say PokerGo.
Yeah.
Taylor did almost nothing.
No, but it was just like the material.
River
itself
we
was
go. One card.
I'm not ready.
You mentioned Ben CB, but
3
the
of
point
hearts.
is, a lot of these courses aren't made by the guys who are actually like putting their face on the course.
Goes
Yeah,
check,
which is
check.
like
You're going to flip it over, and Josh is going to take it down.
Like, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
And all
No, I
Blake
get it.
can do, sorry, Optimize can do is say good hand
chew on
and
that straw.
take his pain out on that chewing device.
Yeah, it is 9:45. Huh? Okay.
We have Joe dealing the cards right now. He's a really good dealer as well. I think he's asked to
Let's do a bump up.
be in the booth sometimes as well. So maybe we can get him in there. get his
Here we
perspective.
go, the last hand of the evening. It will be a double board bomb pot, $15 ante by
Max
everybody.
Payne.
Let's see some fireworks.
Eventually they will merge.
We typically change this to 5-5 though.
So that way the list can stay separated.
Doesn't matter to me. I just,
I think it was.
just wanted
Was
to
it
know.
last week?
Yeah, you'll get some people rolling in at 10
Were you here last Thursday? Was that the night I was down and I stayed until like 2 and finally climbed that out?
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, on that table?
Yeah.
See what we got
There-
in the
it was
chat.
Because you were wanting to go. I can't remember what night that was.
No, this table broke right away, unfortunately, on Thursday. Because we had so many out of towners that just left. So I went to go play that table.
And top board we have a
Let's see what the nuts are right now. So 6-7 would be the nuts.
6-7 and then spade
Pocket
draw, but
aces.
aces for now.
Oh, no, that's a different game. That was
So we got the nut flush draw by Chris on the bottom board, back doors on top. He's got 2 pair on top. We've got Jackson 2s for Bobby. We got another great flush draw by Lucky Buddha, which is unfortunate when the king flush draw is out there.
Optimize has got
He's
got
flopped
a
a
straight.
straight on the bottom. 2 people have a straight, so there's
That's what
Lucky
we were talking
Buddha.
about. Yeah, that's a quarter. They're gonna get quartered on this. If it,
Spoiler alert, Dante. No, we don't really know the,
I don't know,
the
I'm just
results right
saying.
now, but that's what it's looking like as if both players stayed. And I don't know how much Lucky Buddha's played bomb pots. I know recently he has. So one of the unfortunate aspects of this game is the amount of quarters you can have.
Rogelio is going to go ahead and lead out with
does
his
he-
straight. Yeah, he's got the straight. Rogelio. Rogelio and Optimize.
Wait, so are there 3 6-7s out there?
No, just 2.
Oh, I thought I saw Lucky Buddha had 6-7 too.
All right, so let's take a look at Optimize hand. He doesn't have anything outside of the worst draw, the straight draw. Lucky Buddha does have
the queen
straight flush draw, so.
And the king queen up top.
It's too much to process. The Lucky Buddha has a lot of outs here.
Yeah, 4 ways. The river, there's a king of clubs. Does anyone have clubs? And the king of diamonds. I think I saw an ace queen by someone.
Well, the queen 10 folded.
The ace queen by Jay-Win on the bottom.
The queen jack is there, yeah.
Diamonds? No, those aren't hitting.
And Jay-Win has the nut flush on the top. So Jay-Win is going
he
to
scooping?
scoop in this.
Jay-Win, have yourself a night.
Now, the pot's not that big compared to get 5 players in there, so you have to.
Well, plus the 6-7s, you got to think clubs might be out. Oh, but
That
Kevin's going to
helps
come
him.
out for 3.
That helps him.
Now,
Right.
if you're Jay-Win, do you just call here and try and just get everyone else to
No,
call?
at this point, you want to.
Because he's got it on both boards.
Yeah, you want to just pot it.
Because you got to assume if you're Jay-Win, you're going to get 3/4 of this.
Yeah, there could be a lot of value missed there, so.
And it looks like he's got a pink chip.
Yeah, he's probably not going to get called, not even by the straight, because you have one player betting 300, and you have a 3-bet on the river in a bomb pot. Your straight's never good there.
You might see a call from Kevin.
I don't think Kevin
being heads
calls
up,
this.
you got to hope he's good on one of the boards. You got 2 pair on the top and 3 aces on the bottom.
So if Jay-Win had the nut flush, that means he also has the straight, most likely, on the bottom.
Well, no, if anything with the ace of clubs is the nut flush.
I'm just thinking, that's how I was thinking, like, why is he potting himself? So.
But you don't need the queen for that. You just need the ace.
I know, but he could have.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's so much different. The strategy is so much different than holdem, right? Blockers mean nothing. He's like, well, I block.
That's why whenever you see a bluff in these, you're just like, you have balls
Yeah,
the size
I mean,
of...
you just don't see bluffs ever.
Total bet is 1.5 on the last hand, and he's gonna get away from it.
Yeah, he didn't
Good
have
fold.
much. He didn't have much there. Just a
Good
set.
fold.
And the board got incredibly connected.
Yeah.
You had 8-5?
King 4, 5, 8. I'm like,
I had 8-5 as well.
Because I think to your point, I
like,
think
Jesus,
if he only had the flush on the
and then
top
I
and
had,
that flush,
I had the
he
king,
doesn't
I had
pot it
enough
to it
flush draw down the bottom.
because he wants other people to live.
Yeah.
So
Especially
him
when he was
having,
the first to act
yeah,
after Kevin.
since he has nut, he probably
Well,
wants
I
to
didn't
pot that
realize
there
the fourth
to
pair,
maximize
and sure as hell needed a spade down the bottom, and that didn't come
his
in.
potential there. Yeah, one just that he would probably because he wants to, he wants to chop as many players as he can. Now he doesn't because he just wants.
So, Dante, you want to take us out?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was the last hand. I appreciate every one of you for joining us and hitting that like button. So thank you very much. I want to thank. Do I call you Gio or Jeff?
Jeff is fine.
I know you're by Jeff, so
I'll go by that on the stream just for you moving forward. But thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
It was a blast.
fun. It was so much fun.
Would love to come back
Yeah.
to it again with you anytime. And thank you,
All
Pat
right, thank
Wilkerson,
you,
for
thank
being
you, Pat
behind the
Wilkerson,
track.
so much. Thank you, guys.